Hello, you guys. Who all is up in here? I see 4 people. Black Barbie, Rayford, Positive Vibes, Tyranny. I'm gonna let more people start getting the notifications. Hey, True, 1993. You know you're getting old when the 90s babies are getting old. When the 90s babies start getting old. Hey, Ebony, Miss Yolanda. How is everybody doing? You all make sure y'all hit the like button as y'all start coming into here, as y'all start getting the notifications and all of that good stuff. How are you all doing on this afternoon? How is everybody doing? That's what I want to know. Oh, I thought I sent a message to somebody. Hold on. Hmm. You all make sure you guys please hit the like button and as you start coming in here. You're tired? I am too. I am too. That's why I decided to get on early. Go on and get on early because I know me. And so I'm gonna try to do as many videos. Y'all know I start school. I go start summer school. I think one of my classes start next week before June 1st. I got to go back and look at that. I think one of them start a few days before June 1st. The other two on June 1st. So I'm gonna try to get as many videos as I can because I got 3 classes this summer that require a lot of reading. But I'm excited about the taking African American literature. I love reading about it. Y'all know that's my thing. Um, and I have a civil law class. Sinlu. Hey, Sinlu. You guys, today I wanted to talk about Tony Carruthers. I was waiting for, I'm going to have a guest to come up. Venisa's going to be on with us tonight. So, but she'll be on later. I actually stopped by her house today before I came home from work. And I stopped by there and got some fried ribs. I've never had fried ribs. It was really good. It had a really good season to it. And she did like some stuffed shells. They were so good. She did that yesterday. I stopped by. I was like, I just want one fried rib because I've never eaten fried ribs. It was really good. She's got her food truck, up and going. And the name of her food truck is A Little Bit of Everything. She be throwing down. I'm telling you, I told her she gonna get them fried ribs sold because they are seasoned so good. She marinate them and stuff. It's so good. Um, But anyways, we're talking about Tony Carruthers is set to be executed. Did the police take out Gtrain? It's funny because I had never really had an interest in talking about Gtrain. And last night I was sitting looking at something, and his documentary came up. And I looked at the whole thing. I'm really shocked because I never had an interest in it. And I looked at the whole thing because it wasn't that long. And then I started doing a little bit more research. And so today I ended up, like, oh, here she go right here. What's up, godmother? Everybody gonna be glad
Hey,
to see you.
hey, y'all. How everybody doing? I was out here on this food truck recently. We had to scrub these floors, and um, they came to check out. They finna make my sign so I can get it put on both sides.
Okay, now tell them the name of your food truck.
A little bit of everything.
That's what I thought. I told them the name of it was a little bit of everything.
Hmm.
I was just telling them about them fried ribs, how they were seasoned real good.
Yeah, they was, but like I said, you supposed to really do it with baby back ribs. I did spare ribs cause that's what Aunt Jane brought me. They so cheap. But they wanted some fried ribs. So I did it with the spare ribs. But everything is a learning experience because I had got the bigger part of the meat and it was kind of tough. So you're
Mm,
gonna have to kind of like probably boil it for a minute, you know what I'm saying, before you fry it, but not too much because you got to still fry it. But yeah, give it some kind of boil or something to it to get them a little tender before you fry them.
right, right, right. Well,
Not unless you using baby back, cause baby back don't take out it.
okay. So when you think you're gonna be up and going?
Um, well, actually I'm gonna be selling some stuff tomorrow, but just officially up and going, it won't be until sometime next month because I got to go through inspection with the health department.
What you selling tomorrow?
Tomorrow I'm gonna have taco. We're gonna do taco Tuesday off the truck. We having taco salad, soft taco, hard tacos, nacho taco. Even got a couple of taco egg rolls.
What time you gonna be doing that?
I wanna say I wanna start at least about 3. I might start a little early. I might start at 1.
Okay, cool.
I'm trying to give me a time together because I still got to get my baby from school tomorrow. But yeah, and then I need to go pick up some fresh lettuce and tomato. And I already got my grated cheese. So yeah, I'm
Cool.
gonna be selling it off the truck. I'm gonna put it on my Facebook tonight in the prices, and they can just pull up and get them a taco bowl,
That's
taco
good.
salad.
I'm gonna make sure I stop and get
Hmm.
you something for lunch. Um. Anyways, girl. So I told uh, we talking about Tony Carruthers is set to be executed. Did the police take out Gtrain? And it's funny because me and you kind of talked about that a little bit today. I was just going to tell them I ended up calling one of my friends that worked for the PD that's been on for a very long time and asking him what he thought had happened to Gtrain. since, since people think the police took him out. And we're going to talk about what he said that he believes happened to Gtrain. Because, his case is still allegedly or supposed not alleged but supposedly it's unsolved, right?
It
After
is. It
almost 30
is.
years. And the man that set up Ojsimpson, Mark Fuhrman, the racist police officer,
Hmm.
he kicked the bucket today.
Oh my God.
He did. Okay. At 74 years old. Now, I know a lot of people had a difference of opinion of what they thought happened to with OJ Simpson. A lot of people kind of thought that OJ Simpson took Nicole out. I'm gonna say this because folks always be talking about how I be wanting for folks to be guilty and this that. That's not true. If a person is innocent, then they are innocent. I was so fascinated. OJ Simpson's case is one of those cases I was totally fascinated with. Benisa. And OJ Simpson case happened like when we was like in junior high school, going to high school or something like that, or just starting high school. And listen, I would come home every day. This we still have VCRs. I would have my mom to set the VCR, and when I was at school,
Put
I
on
would go into
record.
the library on my break and look at, because it would be on all day. The
All
only
day.
I mean, I ate, slept, and breathed that case, and I didn't know why. Being so young, I had such a fascination in that case. The only other case that's probably been maybe a few other cases that I've had fascinations with. And when I say fascinations, I mean just doing investigative stuff like behind the scenes and things of that nature, finding out about the cases. OJ Simpson's case was one. Young Dolph's case. Young Dolph case was one. And Young Dolph case was more so because I wanted to keep people informed, because it was so much bullshit that they was putting out about the case, right? So I kind of, delve into that case, and just kind of got found out quite a bit about that case. And it's been a couple others, right? But not many. But this OJ Simpson case was one, and OJ Simpson was absolutely 100% set up. Now, I believe he knew what happened to her, right? Because OJ and them were not innocent. You have to understand, like, these rich people, they involve in all types of unethical stuff behind the scenes, as far as dealing with the mob, trying to um multiply their money and stuff like that, and making investments in things, silent investment in things that, like, porn and stuff like that, pornography. They do stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But OJ Simpson didn't kill her. Um what ended up happening was, and they don't talk about this, Nicole they were all just sleeping with each other. And this is the God's truth. They were all sleeping with each other. And Nicole ended up having an affair with OJ's lawyer and best friend, which was Rob Kardashian. The Kardashian sisters' dad. She having an affair with
Mm-hmm.
him. He actually hired this guy, like this drug dealer in LA, to start following Nicole. And the drug dealer actually gave an interview, and the police came to him when he was in jail. He said he was shocked, like, after she was killed, they didn't come to him and question him again, because Robert Kardashian had hired him 6 months before Nicole was killed to kill Nicole. And he said what he did was he followed her, because Kardashian seemed like he was really obsessed. He said he could tell, that's how he found out. He was the one that found out that she was having an affair with OJ's best friend, which was that Marcus Allen guy. He was another football player. He was the one that got pictures of him going back and forth to Nicole's house. And he said that when he took Kardashian those pictures, he seemed very heartbroken, right? But Kardashian was the one that was having an affair with Nicole. But what happened was Nicole knew about their shady dealings, and she was getting ready to go through a divorce with OJ. And all of their stuff, all those shady dealings was going to come out. Plus, Kardashian was obsessed with Nicole. He was having an affair with Nicole. So he says that he has no doubt that OJ might have not known about the affair, but knew in the end that Kardashian hired somebody to hit Nicole up. But he don't think that Nicole knew that Kardashian was sleeping with Nicole. But he was the one that actually hired somebody to go and take her out. And it's funny because right before they started doing that series on Nicole, that particular man has started to talk about that more and more, even though Kardashian died shortly after OJ was exonerated.
Oh, that's a Lily.
After OJ was exonerated, this man was found dead like in 2011. Somebody killed him because he had started to talk more about it. Somebody killed him. So listen, I read all of the books when I was still in high school on everybody that wrote books on that case. I had no idea, Vanessa, what the direction that God was taking me in as it relates to my career. But just as a teenager, I was just really fascinated. I fell totally in love with Johnny Cochran's book, A Journey to Justice. He was very astute. He was very suave. He was just a really, really smart attorney, right? He was a real smart attorney. Christopher Darden, the prosecutor, they actually lost the case because he was very emotional. Okay, they weren't smart enough. But OJ did have a dream team. OJ was set up, and I know a lot of people don't want to believe that, but he was absolutely 100% set up. Okay, but anyways, Mark Fuhrman, um, they knew that, you know, the guy who had confessed that Kardashian had hired him 6 months before Nicole was killed. He said, what ended up happening was they wanted Marsha Clark, the female prosecutor. They knew that they was trying to get their, just make their careers bigger. They knew that if they made it about color and a black man beating on a white woman, this football player beating on a white woman, that it would boost their careers just as it did, right? Okay, they didn't want to hear about the other stuff. It would have been too boring. But if they put it on OJ, I mean, it became the crime of the century, right? So I think they did OJ dirty. A lot of black people stood behind OJ around that time, but they got mad at him because he liked white women. You can't get mad at a person because they have a preference, okay? If because when that happened to him, when he got out of jail, okay, he went and got him another female white. And what ended up happening was when she got mad at him, she started saying he was threatening to kill her too. So then after that didn't work out. He went and got him another white woman. So I mean, he just that was just his preference. Okay, as a black woman, we couldn't be mad at him. He liked for them white folks to dog him out, okay, and treat him like a niglet, because that's what they did to him, okay. But I think OJ was really out of touch. OJ says that when that happened to him, and even when that happened to Rodney King, he was like, he couldn't believe it. Like, he couldn't believe that he didn't know that it was that bad, that racism was that bad. You a damn black ass man born in the 50s or the 40s or whatever, and you didn't know that racism was that bad. He was totally out of touch. Okay. So, but they dog walked him. I think they did something to him when he went to prison, because when he got out, he developed cancer. I think they did something to him in prison. So they couldn't get him convicted. So what they did was they got him on the civil law and the civilly. Now, then they turn around and set him up on something else. So, and that's what I kind of talk about, when people get to saying that it's supposedly there are no double jeopardy laws, but what people don't know is, a person can be found not guilty, right? But then the feds have a different set of statutes, right? And so a person will go, well, wait a minute, he was found not guilty by the state. This is a double jeopardy law. How are the feds going to pick up something, but somehow it's legal? You would think that it's double jeopardy, but somehow it's legal for them to pick up the same case, right? And indict you, and then say, but these are a different set of statutes. It's weird, right? You would think it's double jeopardy, but that's why I always say, if they want you, they got all kinds of crooks and crosses to get you, right? And they've somehow made it legal. Okay. But anyways, I guess rest in peace to Mark Fuhrman, I reckon. I guess he didn't like black people. I ain't like him either. So I guess we were equal on that. So he dead and gone on somewhere today. But anyways, let's move on. Um, Tony Carruthers. Okay, I know you all have been hearing about Tony Carruthers. Tony Carruthers is set to be executed. Okay, now I want to pull this up. Vanessa, are you familiar with Tony Carruthers?
I've been seeing a little something about it on the news, but I'm not too familiar with their background. I'm here when you talk about the Gtrain. I don't know too much about him.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna talk about Tony Carruthers right quick, and then we're gonna get into talking about that train. Let's see. I'm trying to pull that up. You all make sure y'all hit the like button for me, okay? Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. Hold on. Hold on, you. I'm getting ready to pull. I'm pulling up something right quick for it.
Groups. And I'm smiling, I'm happy because I'm going to be exonerated.
On May 21st, 2026, at exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, the state of Tennessee is scheduled to carry out the execution of a man named Tony Von Carruthers at Riverbend Maximum Security Institution, 7475 Cockrell Bend Boulevard, Nashville, Tennessee. He will be offered a final meal. He will be permitted final words. And then the state will carry out a sentence that was handed down 30 years ago.
Okay, so I have a lot to say about this because I can remember, and I'm gonna get back. Hold on for a second. I'm gonna get back to showing that, but I remember when I started working for the sheriff's office. I can remember the jailers that had I guess were over the pods of him and his co-defendant James Montgomery, and James Montgomery is out now. I can remember that they were talking about that. We had to go to in-service, and we was out at the academy, and they was talking about things that had happened while they were locked up in 201 Poplar. Okay, now they were actually charged with burying 3 people alive. Okay, 2 drug dealers. One drug dealer. One of them, I believe they said they was they were all in the same clique together. And but let's finish looking at this and we'll talk about it.
Tony Carruthers was convicted of 3 murders in Memphis.
Okay, so what you all see right there is they're pulling up a casket. That is the hole. That is the exact video and the hole that the 3 bodies were thrown in. And what's so crazy about this is that is Vanessa gone? Oh, okay, here she go. Oh, okay, no, she's not. She's right here. Okay, so what's so crazy about that is I was looking at I was reading that the 2 men were actually shot in the neck, but that is not what killed them. It went to their spine, but it would have handicapped them, but it didn't kill them. It was not life-threatening. It would have paralyzed both of them for life, right? They tried to choke the mother, which was the mother of one of the guys the guy that they robbed. Okay. They tied something around her neck and tried to choke her, but I guess they didn't carry it out. Okay. They ultimately decided, because they didn't shoot her, that they would just throw them all in that grave right there, you guys. That's the grave. And there had been a funeral that day, and you know, you go to the burial site and they go back the next day and lower the casket and put the dirt on the casket. Well, they moved that casket right there that was waiting to be buried with the body in it through the 3 victims down in that hole and took the casket and threw it on top of the victims. That was cruel in nature. Okay, the way that they were killed. So they didn't die from the wounds. They died of asphyxiation. They died from suffocation. Okay, but let me finish.
Tennessee, in 1996. He has been on death row ever since. His case has attracted national attention, not because it is straightforward, but because it is anything but. On one side, a state that says justice was served, that a jury of 12 people heard the evidence, deliberated, and reached a verdict, that 3 people lost their lives in one of the most brutal ways imaginable, and that their deaths deserve to be answered for. On the other, defense attorneys, civil rights organizations, and death row exonerees who say the case is riddled with unanswered questions, that evidence was concealed, that the trial was compromised, that a man may be executed without the state ever testing physical evidence that could settle the question of guilt once and for all.
Now, what I heard was that Tony Carruthers, and that's Tony Carruthers right there, the co-defendant, James Montgomery, I was told that they were first cousins, right? Now that's what I was told. They never snitched on each other, of course. But what I was told was supposedly James Montgomery was way more dangerous than Tony Carruthers. I think both of them were just as dangerous. But I was told that the other one was way more dangerous, the quiet one. James Montgomery was the quiet one. They said that Tony was just mentally unstable. But then too, you know, I believe that he had a part in it. He said why? But in the setup, or knew the setup was going to happen, but looking at reading transcripts and stuff, and witnesses who initially saw what happened in the very beginning but recanted their statements, they said when they got there to the home of James Montgomery's female cousin, because they were all cool, so they kind of was riding around with each other that day, you know. They was riding around with James Montgomery and his brother. Okay, so they'd stop at James Montgomery's cousin's house, all of them willingly come in, not knowing that this situation was getting ready to happen. And they go down in the basement. James Montgomery comes out, tell his female cousin, take your kids and go in the bedroom. Don't come out until I tell you to come out. She testified. When she talked to the police, she ultimately recanted her statement. She was probably threatened. Tony Carruthers was not there at that point. Okay. Witnesses testified that they didn't see Tony when they initially got down. I guess that's when they turned on him. They handcuffed him. They let him know that they was going to rob him. Tony Carruthers was not there at that point. When they were handcuffed and put in the car, it was witnesses that went on record that ultimately some of them recanted their statement when they saw them getting in the car, to include James Montgomery's cousin. Their hands were behind their back, and Tony Carruthers was not there at that point. Okay. It was James Montgomery and his brother that put them in the back of the car. Tony Carruthers, this young man, was not seen until later. Okay. According to witnesses.
Both sides are about to be heard in courts across Tennessee. This is the story of what happened and what is about to happen. Stay with me. Memphis, Tennessee. February 1994. 3 people vanish. Marcello Anderson, 21 years old, known on the street as Cello. His mother, Deloise Anderson, 43 years old. And Marcello's teenage friend, Frederick Tucker, just 17 years old. They are reported missing. A week passes. No word. Then, on March 3, 1994, investigators are led to Rose Hill Cemetery on Elvis Presley Boulevard in
That's the same cemetery that young Dolph is buried in.
Memphis. They dig beneath an existing casket, under several inches of dirt and a single piece of plywood. They find all 3 of them. The hands of every victim were bound behind their backs. Frederick Tucker's feet were also bound, and there was bruising around his neck consistent with a ligature.
Okay, so I read that he had more he fought. The 17-year-old fought. So he had bruising. He kind of put up a fight. The 17-year-old was said to not be a drug dealer. He was just very good friends with Cello. Okay. They say he wasn't selling drugs. Supposedly he hung out with Cello a lot, but he fought. Which is why, I guess at some point, which is why they, he was bruised up and beat up more.
Sure. A red sock was found around Deloise Anderson's neck. The medical examiner, Dr. O.C. Smith, performed the autopsies. His findings were detailed and grim. Marcello Anderson had been shot 3 times, once to the forehead, twice in the neck. One of those neck wounds severed his spinal cord, paralyzing him from the neck down. The wound was not instantly fatal. Frederick Tucker had been shot, and the force of compression from the burial contributed to his death. Deloise Anderson died from asphyxia, caused by the position of her body and dirt in her mouth. Dr. Smith's conclusion: all 3 victims were alive when they were buried.
Y'all know we have to stop it. Like I said, it was cruel in nature. But if James Montgomery got a new trial and was able to, instead of going to trial again, he decided to plead guilty to 2nd-degree murder. And he says that Tony Carruthers was not with them when they killed these people. He says that there was somebody named Fisheye or something that was with him when they killed him. Okay.
That finding would become the central, most contested piece of medical evidence in this entire case. In the grave with the victims, a blanket-like cloth soaked in blood, and on the walls of the house where investigators believed the abduction took place, fingerprints. Investigators built a theory of the crime based on witness accounts and physical evidence. Marcello Anderson, according to authorities, was involved in the drug trade in North Memphis. The state alleged that Tony Carruthers, a man from the same neighborhood, wanted to take over that and Frederick Tucker in a Jeep Cherokee with 2 brothers, James and Jonathan Montgomery.
Now, according to, there was a guy that was in jail with them that tried to warn Cello that he had allegedly heard Montgomery and Carruthers while they were in jail saying that when they got out, they was going to rob him. He tried to tell Cello. Cello didn't believe it because he was really close to, I believe he was more close to Tony Carruthers, the light-skinned one. And but he was riding around with this one and his brother. He didn't believe it. Okay. When Tony Carruthers, I believe, got out a month before James Montgomery. Tony Carruthers got out, he didn't rob him. But when right after James Montgomery got out, that's when this unfortunate situation happened.
That evening, the group arrived at the home of Nikita Shaw, the Montgomery brothers' cousin. They went into the basement. A short time later, James Montgomery came back upstairs and told Shaw to leave because he needed to take care of some business. Shaw later said she believed something was wrong. She left. The state's theory: Tony Carruthers and James Montgomery planned the kidnapping of Marcello's.
That's not what happened. He told her to take her kids and go into the bedroom and don't come out until he told them to.
Anderson to rob him and remove him as competition. Deloise Anderson and Frederick Tucker were, in the prosecution's framing, in the wrong place at the wrong time. The three victims were bound, transported, and buried in a grave beneath an existing casket at Rose Hill Cemetery. A week later, Jonathan Montgomery, one of the brothers, led police directly to that grave. Before his own trial could begin, Jonathan Montgomery was found hanged in his jail cell.
Now, this is what's interesting. Jonathan Montgomery was the brother of James Montgomery. And when I was working for the sheriff's office, I don't know what his death, they probably, they might have made it a sewer to the side. But every jailer that works there claims that James Montgomery had that done to his own brother. Okay. That's what they said. All of the jailers that work there, that I know that work there, those old heads, they said that he had someone to go down there and do that to his brother. And it'd be interesting to know what they classify his death as. Even though they claim they knew what happened, they probably classified it as a suicide.
That left two men facing charges. Both men were arrested, indicted, and both men faced the death penalty.
Y'all, somebody done got on to the chat and started messing with the live. It'd be okay until somebody get a notification that I'm on, and then they'll start coming into the chat and messing with the live. I hope whoever it is have a heart attack and die. I really do. They miserable. Okay, they're miserable and they don't deserve to be amongst decent people. Okay.
The prosecution's case against Tony Carruthers rested on several pillars. Witness testimony placing him in connection with the Montgomerys and the drug territory dispute. The testimony of Albert Shaw, a man who said Carruthers had arranged the killings. And the broader narrative of motive, that Carruthers orchestrated the abduction to consolidate control over the drug trade in that part of Memphis. The defense then and now has maintained that Carruthers was not involved, that he was not present at the crime scene, and that the evidence against him was circumstantial and unreliable. What happened next, before the trial even began, would become a defining issue in the legal fights that followed. The trial of Tony Von Carruthers and James Montgomery took place in 1996. In the lead-up to trial, Carruthers went through 6 court-appointed attorneys. Some he dismissed, some he accused of working against him. Requests for a 7th attorney were denied by the court. The presiding judge ruled that Carruthers would represent himself. Carruthers had documented that, and that the court was not obligated to continue appointing new attorneys indefinitely. Regardless of how one views that decision, the trial proceeded with Carruthers representing himself, unassisted, in a capital case. He cross-examined witnesses, challenged the state's narrative, and argued his own case. By most accounts, including those of his own later attorneys, he was not effective in that role. One of the most significant moments in the trial came during the medical examiner's testimony. Dr. O.C. Smith testified that the victims had been buried alive.
Now, all of the attorneys went on record of saying, all of them, that allegedly Tony Carruthers had said to them, if they could not get the case thrown out, then he would have something done to their families. It's funny because the jailers that I talked to said they did, both of them did the exact same thing when they were in the jail. They would tell them the addresses of their family members. That was a way of trying to intimidate them into doing whatever it was. But now they said that, James Montgomery had a lot of those jailers working for him. Like they would bring him in fish plates and give him information on other jailers, and they said they even had an old sergeant there that he had grown up in this the way. And they said that she's just out said, I love him. I knew him from a little boy, and I'm going to always help him. So she cooking food and bringing food and stuff up in there, and then would get rolled up and didn't care. Said that she was going to always help him. Talking about Montgomery. Yeah. All of the attorneys he had, Massey, that was Quet's attorney at once, the first attorney he had in his case, but when he was fighting, this battle in the Young Dolph case. But Massey even said it was one of his attorneys and alleged that he threatened him and threatened to have something done to his family if he did not get the case thrown out. But then later on, Massey came back and asked for the judge to put him back on the case, which is weird. Okay. So
it was the most viscerally disturbing claim in the entire prosecution. And Carruthers, whether due to his mental state, his lack of legal training, disputed the buried alive conclusion without any counter testimony. On April 26, 1996, the jury convicted Tony Von Carruthers on all 3 counts of first-degree murder.
Okay. So now he was convicted. He was convicted on all 3 counts. Okay. And that brings us to where we are now. Okay. 30 years later, he is set to be executed. I can't remember the last time nobody even executed. I mean, most people on death row, especially in the state of Tennessee, outlive all of us. They normally don't do nothing to nobody. But he's set to be executed on this coming Thursday. And so, it's been national because Kim Kardashian has been trying to get him a stay. Okay, she's been trying to get him a stay. They're working and protesting. I feel this way with Tony Montgomery admitting that he has something to do with it, getting an appeal on a technicality, okay, which is what Straight Drop is trying to do, okay, getting an appeal on a technicality. And I think the technicality was that they tried they tried both of them together, and he said he didn't want to be tried with Tony. It made him look guilty because Montgomery didn't have a criminal history, but Tony Carruthers did. And so an appellate judge agreed and gave him an appeal for another trial. And he he didn't want to do another trial, he decided to plead guilty to second-degree murder and served half of the time. They gave him 25 years, and I think he ended up getting out not too long ago because I was still working for the sheriff's office when he got out. Okay, so as far as we know, he's been low key, been keeping his head down, and I don't guess he's been in any more trouble or anything like that. But here's my thing. This man admitted that he played a part in this. And he says that when they went and killed the people, that Tony Carruthers was not with them, but they said they don't believe it. They said they don't believe it. They believe Tony Carruthers was, because some of the witnesses at some point when they had kidnapped them, they saw Tony Carruthers. He was not with them when it initially happened, when they was at Montgomery's cousin's house, when he and his brother were at, he and his brother did the play first, when they were all riding around together because they were all cool, and they go into Montgomery's cousin's house and go in the basement, and that's when they turn on them, put guns on them and tie them up and make them take them to the mama's house, which is where they had $250,000. Montgomery's brother, the one that Jonathan, says that there was $250,000 in the attic. There was witnesses that told the police that Jonathan was bragging about, we got $250,000 off of Cello and we took care of them. Okay, after that. So I do believe Carruthers' mother called the police to let the police know that also that these people were buried also, but Montgomery's brother that ended up dead in the jail cell, like they said, led them to the grave. So I guess he, felt like his brother was going to turn on him or had turned on him. And so the jailer said he had somebody go down there and kill his brother, but it's really interesting what they will sell and kill somebody and the jailers not see it, but they know it, they speak about it. Okay, so it's funny because they've always talked about that. You've heard everybody in the judicial system. That's why I know it's really screwed up. The judicial system can be really screwed up. Everybody that talks about this case says that Montgomery was way more dangerous than Carruthers. Carruthers was just mentally ill. Okay, he was dangerous too, but he was more mentally ill. So that's something. But Montgomery is out and they're getting ready to kill him, Carruthers. So you got people that have been protesting this situation. Let me see how many likes we got. Y'all, we only got 43 likes and we got 88 people up in here. You all, please hit the like button and donate to the channel. You can donate to the Cash App or you can donate to the super sticker. Okay. So let me show you. Hold on 1 second, you guys. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so now you got people that are protesting. Okay, Kim Kardashian is trying to get a stay.
Groups delivered a petition with more than 100,000 signatures to Governor Lee today, urging him to stop Tony Carruthers' execution. Carruthers was sentenced to death for his conviction of a 1994 triple murder. Prosecutors say he kidnapped, tortured, and buried 3 victims alive. State Capitol reporter Tori Gessner has more.
There are no do-overs with execution.
Right.
Few things are more impactful than 100,000 signatures.
The voices of now over 114,000 people.
Today, faith and community leaders brought their case straight to Governor Bill Lee's office.
Justice for Tony!
With a message of mercy, advocates asked him to stop the execution of Tennessee inmate Tony Carruthers in a last-ditch effort to spare his life.
The book of Proverbs commands us to speak up for those who cannot speak up for themselves.
Stay the execution!
And to ensure justice for those who are being crushed.
Yes,
It's not a suggestion, but it's a command.
Carruthers was convicted in the 1994 killings of drug dealer Marcello Sanderson, his mother Delois, and a teenage friend Frederick Tucker. Prosecutors say the three were kidnapped, tortured, and buried alive in a Memphis cemetery. Carruthers has always maintained his innocence, and some advocates argue untested DNA evidence could prove he is.
So today, we are asking Governor Lee a very simple question. If there is still untested evidence and unresolved doubt, why rush toward an irreversible act?
Governor Lee, you have the authority to stop this execution and allow the DNA testing to proceed. We are here to say that is exactly what you must do.
With Carruthers' execution date looming, even celebrities like Kim Kardashian are chiming in, urging her followers to call Governor Bill Lee and ask him to step in. Carruthers' sister and his friend, also a death row exoneree, hand-delivering the petition to the governor's office, praying and pleading with the only person who can stop the execution.
And if the system can execute an innocent man, the blood will be on the hands of everyone who stays silent. Stop this execution.
Reporting in Nashville, I'm Tori Gessner.
And also, you guys, there was a fingerprint that was found in this case on one of the big, or on something and it was not James Montgomery, it wasn't Jonathan's, nor was it Tony's. So there was a fingerprint of an unidentified person that was also found. So you know, I feel this way. I do believe that he had something to do with it. But at the same time, if James Montgomery is out, and he admitted that he did it, he said that Tony was not with them when they killed the people, you know, and which, I mean, he doesn't really have any credibility, but you do have other witnesses saying when the play initially happened, when they first turned on them, he was with Jonathan and James, the two brothers. Tony was nowhere around, although Tony probably knew the play was going to happen. James and Jonathan, initially, they was riding around kicking it because they were all cool. When they went into James and Jonathan's cousin's house, that's when they turned on them. Okay? That's when they turned on them. Like I said, another witness that was in jail that was cool with them said that he got to Cello, or whatever they call him, Cello, and told Cello, listen, hey, I was cellies with them. I heard them saying that they was going to rob you. Cello so cool with Tony. They said he was more cool with Tony than with James and Jonathan. He didn't believe it because they were all partners. Right? So, but the witnesses did say that later on, they did see James, they did see Tony after they kidnapped him and tied him up and all of that. Then they took the mother, and you know, it was really messed up, you know, what happened. But I do believe that there should be a stay. If there is evidence that has not been tested, and you got one out that admitted that he did this heinous crime, and he's out walking around living his life, okay? Why not give him a stay and just let him do life in prison? Okay, but Governor Bill Lee has not did anything. He's not going to. Governor Bill Lee is probably one of the most racist governors that Tennessee has had. He's not going to. I would be surprised if they stop it, if he stops it. Okay, he's on his way out. He's not looking to be reelected. He's not looking to run for anything else. In his eyes, this is just, he don't give a damn. He's not going to do it. Okay. So let's listen to little tone of the Tucker guy that was with them. His dad has spoken out. Okay. Y'all hit the like button for me. Y'all run the likes up. Moderators, make sure you all remind them to run the likes up for me.
Tonight, a Memphis father is speaking out publicly for the first time since the state set an execution date for Tony Carruthers. Carruthers was convicted of a gruesome murder back in 1994. I covered the story when the crimes happened 30 years ago, and tonight, the father of a victim is telling me it is time for closure.
He did this. He did this. It's been 30 years. I'm a taxpayer. You're a taxpayer. We've been taken care of. We've been paying our taxes. I pay my taxes. We've been taken care of. It's time.
Andre Steele's son, Frederick, was one of 3 victims. Tony Carruthers is accused of kidnapping, robbing, and killing, burying their bodies in a cemetery grave in 1994. A Shelby County jury convicted Carruthers along with James Montgomery and sent them to death row. So your plan is to attend?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You got to follow this to the bitter end.
Montgomery was released from prison on a technicality after serving 21 years. Now Carruthers is seeking his freedom, asking to delay his execution for more DNA testing.
If Governor Lee, and I know he's a Christian man, if Governor Lee feel that he need to do whatever he need to do and they're going to stay the execution or whatever, actually, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it because I know that my God somewhere going to make judgment on Tony Carruthers. If it's not this year, it'll be before his life is over. He will see his maker.
Coming up tonight on News Channel 3 at 10, the question this father asked those pushing for Carruthers' eventual freedom. And the execution is currently scheduled to take place next Thursday, May 21st. There's no word on when Governor Lee will respond to the petition for clemency, but we'll be watching and let you know what happens.
Also, there was a jail snitch that was after Tony Carruthers was convicted of this. Hold on, let me pull that up. Hold on, you all. Okay, I can't. Let's see. Okay, so I just found another video, but I'm gonna tell y'all about what the jail snitch said.
Today, March 29th, 2026, and this is just a short video that I really would like people to know of what's going on with me. I had a lawyer who's part of the Innocence Project, and she actually was able to free somebody with the same evidence I gave. The evidence I got of my 100% innocence is a Crime Stopper report from 1994 of manufactured statistically fabricated evidence of Al Fido Bernard Shaw. And this evidence is handwritten by Sergeant Robertson. He wrote it in his own handwriting. He said, hey, without this evidence, Mr. Kurthers will be released. Well, he knows the evidence is made up. It's manufactured statistically fabricated evidence. And the Innocence Project actually have free people. They pay, but they Crime Stoppers paid undercover informants to manufacture proof testimony. evidence is going to come out to the public real soon. And I like to share it online. Everything on the Crime Stop report is made up. None of the facts, none of the people names, all of it is manufactured evidence that the state actually did not put on their trial. The state actually stripped Alfredo Shaw from the state witness list.
Okay, so Alfredo Shaw was actually, and he said Captain Rolison. It's funny, Captain Rolison was my captain when I worked for MPD in felony response many years ago. Captain Rolison was a good guy. I don't know if he's still alive. If he is, he's probably in his 80s because he was an old man then. When he was real nonchalant, laid back, just quiet guy. He was a stand-up guy. So if Captain Rolison said that, then I mean it might have. Captain Rolison had a lot of pull. So if Captain Rolison said that, I don't know why they didn't move forward with getting him set free. I don't know though if that was true, but he said Alfredo Bernard was the guy who actually told on him. Hold on. I was trying to find that video of the guy that testified against Tony being on the stand, testifying against him. Okay. But the guy actually said that's exactly what they're doing, MJG. The guy actually said, got on the stand and said that alleged that Tony Carruthers told him that he participated in the murders. He went into detail saying that Tony Carruthers said that as it relates to the mother of Cello, Tony Carruthers told her, I'm getting ready to throw you. He claimed Tony Carruthers told him, I'm getting ready to throw you in this hole with your son, die just like your son. After they shot the two guys, he said, die just like your son, bitch, allegedly. Okay, that's what he said that's some of what he said. He got on the stand and testified, and then he said on the stand, he admitted that he was an informant, but he was like, either way it go, he a dead person, either way it go, he was a dead man. But he testified allegedly to some stuff that Carruthers told him. Now, Carruthers kind of put on I think Tony Carruthers himself, with the shenanigans that he kind of put on throughout the trial, he represented himself. It was a clown show. He might have gotten himself convicted, but I think that if Montgomery, who has admitted to it, you got witnesses that saw them together, that was, I believe, threatened and recanted their statements in the transcripts. They initially took back those statements. I'm sure they was threatened. Montgomery's cousin told everything and then recanted her statement and said that she didn't mean it like that. So I'm sure she had gotten threatened, because if he'll take out his brother, he'll take out his cousin, right? Allegedly. And so she said what happened when they came to her house. They came to her house. They walked in. They was cool and drinking and having fun because all these dudes were cool. And when they went down to the basement, Montgomery came out of the basement and told her, take your kids and go into a room and don't come out until I tell you to. She says that then he came back out of the basement again and said, we're not finished. Don't come out. And then when she looked out of her window, when she saw them leaving, she saw Cello and Tucker, the Tucker guys, hands tied behind their back, and they was putting them in the car. And Carruthers was not with them at that point. So it was Montgomery and his brother that initially made the play when they turned on them. right? Tony was not in the car at that point. He was not there when they initially made the play. Now, I don't know if he came and teamed up with him when they got to the mama's house, right? And they ended up kidnapping the mama and going into the attic and getting $250,000 out of the attic, right? So, anyways, like I said, I mean, the crime was, it was cold in nature. It was very cold. But if you gonna let Montgomery out, why not just let Tony? Because they offered Tony 25 years. They offered Tony 25 years, and he rejected it in the beginning. So I don't know. Do I think he's innocent? I don't think that he's innocent. I think that he planned the play with them. I believe he knew about the play. He was initially seen later on with all of them when they had them kidnapped. After Montgomery and them kidnapped them later on, Tony was seen later on that night with them. So he knew that this was going to happen. They planned it while they were in jail, because you had a cellie that was cool with them tried to go to Cello in secret. That was in the transcripts, and tell Cello, I heard James and Tony in jail saying that they're gonna make a play on you, they're gonna rob you. And Cello, because they were so tight, he was tighter with Carruthers, with Tony. He said he didn't believe it. Says, I don't believe in the death penalty. I work with his aunt. There were a total of 5 people on the line. Really? What happened to the other 2? Who is his lawyer? I don't know who his lawyer is at this point. I can look and see, though. I think he's got he has a federal public defender, because they even had that in the transcripts that he called the federal public defender's office a total of 300 and something times in one day. I don't know how you could do that from jail. I don't know how you can call a public defender's a public I don't know how you can call a public defender's office, a public federal public defender's office in jail a total of 300 times in one day. Is that possible? Is it possible? I guess it's possible. I guess. I don't know. Burned in Mississippi. So did this happen at the same time that that they did that? He said he don't stand a chance. So did this happen at the same time? The 2 that was buried and burned, like, were these friends of Cello? It happened the same night? Oh my God. So since it happened in Mississippi, so what did they ever do about that? Because they took the car, the Cherokee that Cello and them was riding around in, they took that and burned that in Mississippi. I do know that. They took the car, the Cherokee, and burned that in Mississippi. So do you believe with bodies in it? Oh my God. So do you believe that Tony is guilty? I mean, I believe he's guilty. I do. He keeps saying he wasn't there. He may have not been there when they took him out there to the grave. He might not have been. It might have been just like what Montgomery said. Somebody named Fisheye helped them to bury him. They said they never found out. They never found. They said Montgomery tried to say he didn't know Fisheye's real name. So, anyways. Lord have mercy. So I guess I need to do a thing. Do you all think that he should be executed? Let me see. I'm gonna do a. I'm getting ready to see how many of y'all think that he should be. I'm getting ready to do a poll. They've asked him, was he sorry? And he said no, he wasn't sorry because he wasn't there. Hold on. Hold on, you all. I just did a poll. I'm gonna have to call Benisa and get her back on here. She said she wanted to be on here to talk about Gtrain because Benisa and them were ran in those circles with like Gtrain, like her cousins and them was right up under Gtrain. So she partied with it, like they all ran together. So I wanted to give Benisa when I started talking about Gtrain. Okay, Lil Vega said no, I don't believe in the death penalty. Hey, Angel the Real Boss. It says God gives life. Well, that's true. But I don't think it's right to take his life. And you got Montgomery walking around here. 58% says yes. And 42% says no. It was a heinous. It was very heinous. It was a heinous type situation. It was. I'm sending Vanessa a message to let her know. Oh, here go Vanessa right here. Is this Vanessa? No. I need to send her a text message to let her know I'm getting ready to start talking about Gtrain. Okay. Black Barber says yes, he was involved. He knew too much, but he can't clear his name. You all make sure y'all hit the like button for me. Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. 62% of people are saying they think he should be executed. Cypress said, read my comment. I don't see your comment, Cypress. It might. I don't see You all make sure y'all hit the like button. Cypress, I don't see your comment. He said them folks was scared. Yeah, they was definitely scared because James Montgomery's cousin, whose house that they went to, she told what happened. They scared her. The police scared her, and she told what happened. And then James Montgomery scared her even more, and she recanted the statement. And she said in the original statement that she made that Tony Carruthers was not with them. Cello was riding around with Montgomery and his brother, him and the boy Tucker, the young boy Tucker with the last name Tucker. And they were all cool. They were just riding around, chilling. But James Montgomery and them had already planned to rob Cello that day. Okay. And him and his, I don't know if him and his brother decided it and then called Tony and Tony got in on it. But I mean, they knew that it was going to happen. But Tony had been out a month before Montgomery and he had not robbed Cello. When James Montgomery got out, that's when this happened. Yeah, it's sad. It is very sad, very cruel and sad. Okay. We're waiting on Vanessa to come back up, but I also want to talk. We'll talk about this and when we talk about Gtrain. I never had any interest in because I didn't really remember Gtrain. I remember LMG and all of that, but I didn't know who those guys and stuff were. Okay. The only time I went around to Lemoyne on Garden is when I was growing up, when I was spending the night at Vanessa's house, because all of her family lived in those projects in that area, especially the Lemoyne on Garden. And so that's the only time I would be in the Lemoyne on Garden, when I spent the night with Vanessa and we go up to a family member's house. And I knew city was dark after that happened, being new to the city. And so I was sitting at home. Well, last night a documentary came on, a little short documentary of Gtrain. That was the first time I ever looked at anything on Gtrain, right? And I remember, I do remember this. I remember a guy that I used to date. He was out in the street real heavy at one time. And he just kind of passively said one time when this young Dolph case was going on, he don't like to talk about streets. Like he real sneaky anyway, so he don't really talk about nothing. But he kind of passively said, as it relates to Gtrain, they were saying that CEO Bobby, and I look at him now, CEO Bobby can't look like him. CEO Bobby nose is big, okay? But he just kind of passively said, these young dudes real green. He said CEO Bobby around here entangled with the dudes that took out Gtrain. His daddy. He was like, CEO Bobby's so dumb. These dudes real green. He kind of he entangled and dealing with the dudes that was in the group that took out his daddy. I don't really know what that means, but anyways, so when I had talked to Vanessa, I knew Vanessa would know something, and because her family ran, her cousins and stuff ran with Gtrain, and so she was like, well, they say the police took out Gtrain. I said, really? So anyways, I called, my friend, one of my friends that worked on the department that's been there for many, many years, that was on the department, that was a patrolman when this happened to Gtrain. And I asked him, I said, I said, well, the rumor is they're saying that y'all took out Gtrain, like the police took out Gtrain. He was like, no, Gtrain, it was a combination of another gang and Gtrain's own people turning on him. I don't know how true that is. Okay. And so I thought about that, and I was when I was looking at the documentary last night. Because if he would say that, how come they ain't made no damn arrest? Because Gtrain's and let me just make this clear. I don't believe the police took out Gtrain. I kind of believe what my friend said, about it was a combination of his people and another type situation, another gang, you know. And then you start listening to people talk about how a lot of people feared Gtrain, even his own group of people, and that wouldn't be hard to believe, because the thing about it is, when people fear you, even if they are in your camp, they will turn on you. I don't know if that happened. But what is weird is that if he was a leader, most gang leaders don't travel by themselves. And I think that was one of the things that I was, listening to about Gtrain. He was always invisible and untouchable. He always got other people to go and do his time. He got out of every time they tried to indict him. People took his charges. So, and they was even saying that in the documentary, he was known as the invisible man. So people can't understand how it is that he was by himself that night that he was taken out, right? And nobody has said anything. Now, we know the people kind of believe in quiet retaliation and all that. Who knows? I don't know. But that is very interesting within itself. Normally where there's smoke, there's fire. If he had been invisible, he always kept security around him. Why would he be coming out of his club by himself that night? Why weren't any of the other guys that was always around him not around him? Were they in jail? Who knows? But that is weird. Hold on one second. I want to pull something up. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Hold on, you all. Okay, so this is him right here. I guess CEO Bobby do kind of favor him. He got his dark features. When I say that, them thick eyebrows and stuff, he kind of favors daddy right above his forehead. And I guess he might have his nose and shit. Is his nose just wider than his daddy's? They said that Gtrain was building a They said that Gtrain was building a record label. He was building a record label called Train Music or something. Okay. Now, Gtrain was 29 years old. He was like Robin Hood to his neighborhood. Yeah. He was 29 years old when he was taken out. Unfortunately, but like I said, the rumor was, and I'm sure he did, especially if he was like a vice lord chief or whatever. I think he was vice lord, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure. Hey, Diane, he had a lot of enemies. It was a war going on around that time. It was a war going on. Gtrain was the first political gangster that they took out. I don't know. You know, I do find it. I do find it weird. You know that, especially if they call him invisible. Now, Vanessa will tell you. Vanessa was like anywhere that Gtrain went into. I want her to tell y'all this because she was actually around him. And she said, and during when Gtrain was killed, like her cousins were like his lieutenants or his top people, or whatever. They were all in jail when he was killed. So those were his most loyal people. They were in jail when he was killed. But she was telling me today that like Gtrain when Gtrain went into gas stations, he shut the gas stations down. Like he would make everybody get out. You know, he would make everybody get out and lock the door. Anywhere he went into to shop, he shut it down. Like when you walked into his club, she was like you had to throw up the L or else he would have somebody to whoop your ass. So you start thinking about stuff like that. Somebody that kind of ruled like that. I know a lot of times people like to exert fear, but what you don't understand is like when people fear you, people kill. They will assassinate what they are fearful of. Okay, they will assassinate when they are fearful of any type of fear. If they are fearful of you whooping their butt, if they are fearful of some people are intimidated or fearful of your rise or your success. People tend to like to assassinate what they are intimidated by. Okay, and so I think when people talk about the back door, I don't find it I don't find it weird that that officer said that I'm not saying that any of his people helped to set him up, but if you think about it, if he was known as the invisible man, nobody could touch him because he had just that much security. He always had dudes around him to protect him. He was by himself that night, supposedly, and nobody knows or seen nothing, and nobody has said anything. And everything, like they said, everything that he was building, because he was building a record label, just kind of vanished, just kind of it dissipated. They don't like a ninja with the most power and influence, right? Oftentimes the people around you will try and they'll want your spot, even though they don't have the character to they can't carry your water. They ain't got the character or the smarts to do it, but they sure want your place. And I'm not saying that what he was doing was anything but spectacular. I'm sure everything that surrounded them was murder and mayhem and drugs. Okay. With him building a record label, I guess he was trying to get into something legitimate. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Master P did it. Okay. But yeah, people want your spot, but they ain't got what it takes. My favorite saying is, in order to do what I do, you got to do what I do. People want to do what you do, but they don't want to do what you do to do what you do. And it takes work. Hey, Miss Carrie. I was trying to wait for Vanessa to come back up here so she could tell what she knew. Let me see. She was cleaning out her truck. Let me see if she's gonna come back up. She may or she may not. Let me call her. Cypress, what was you talking about? Because she was very close to the situation. You got some company over there. Okay, I was talking about Gtrain. All right. Okay, she get ready to come back up. You said who was Tony? Tony Carruthers. Tony Carruthers is slated to be executed in Memphis, Tennessee. I think he's in Nashville right now, but he's from Memphis, and the murders happened in Memphis, I think in 1994, where 3 people were buried alive. Says the feds want you to tell on your ops. If you don't, they blackmail your ops. The feds want you to tell on your ops. If you don't, they blackmail your ops. I don't know. You know, I just people I don't really think that people have to be pressured to tell anything anymore. And I think about it now, folks been telling forever. They have. When I used to answer that Crime Stoppers line, people would be trying to call. That's when you used to call and collect. And they would be, I know about a murder. I know about a murder. I'm trying to tell y'all about a murder. Accept my phone call. And I think about that now because we used to think about, we used to say, Lord, these folks want us to accept a phone call, a collect call. But I bet you they should have, called homicides. But I mean, they could call Crime Stoppers too. But it's we took a lot of tips on okay, she said resend her. Hold on, let me send Vanessa the link. Hello, people been snitching in Memphis. They don't just snitch in Memphis, they tell everywhere. I'm telling you, they tells it. That leopard ain't going near them lions. It's not scared. It's common sense. They hyenas too. And the honey badger really don't give. Yeah, they tell to get their money. Shoot. Some people get paid every month. Some people get paid every month from teller. So, and ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't think it's nothing wrong with people telling to try to make the streets of Memphis better. I think it's a blessing. I say let the Lord use them. I don't think people should try to make folks feel bad about doing the right thing. You just have to do the right thing. What's up, Vanessa?
Hey.
We're gonna ride.
Let me get my bag. Y'all surely
So we was talking about
G
Gtrain. And I told him, I said, I told him I had asked you about who you thought took out Gtrain, and I called one of my friends that worked for MPD, and he had said that he had said something else. I told him, I said, people feel like that the police took Gtrain now. He was like, no, Gtrain, it was a combination of his people and opposite gang. So why do you think the police took him out, Venice?
Train got away with a lot of stuff. Train would go to court. People would take his charges. He would get off. The police hated him. They hated him with a passion. And they just caught him out loafing one night. He was by himself. Because Gtrain wasn't scared to, be by himself or go somewhere by himself. I told you how he shut stores down, you know what I'm saying? Just so he can go in there and shop. Putting motherfuckers out, locking the doors. You know what I'm saying? So he wasn't just scared to go anywhere by himself. But this particular night, the police, they caught him loafing. And they killed him. because, they could never get nothing to stick. They wanted that man to be up under the jail for a lot of shit that he had done. Don't get me wrong now. He had done a lot of dirty shit. And what you put into the universe got to come back around to you.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah, she put us. No, she off of me.
I'm off of me. Boy, I can't help you, baby. This is not the dating game over here, boo.
What they come over there to do? To get them some fried ribs?
They had came and got theirs yesterday. Come over here just to be worse than they think they were gonna get something off this box, but they ain't. That's Ivory's son and Mark's son.
Oh, okay.
When I say terrible hot mess, baby.
They must live around the area.
My other little cousin, little Ivory, they from the hood. His mama and them from here, so they stay around the corner. And Mark's son he's from over this way, but he don't stay nowhere over this way now. But can't wait to get over here every day. I don't know a woman that would drop her man off every day to a neighborhood instead of dropping that nigga off at the temporary service somewhere.
She drop him off at the neighborhood, huh? Do she work somewhere?
And she don't work neither. That's what I'm saying. Baby, somebody needs some dollars coming through this door. You can't stay on food stamp for the rest of your life.
Yeah, they need to be dropped off at the temporary service and get a check.
Yeah, but I drop that nigga off at temporary, so he'd be like, "Baby, what you doing? Bitch, I'm dropping you off at the best place you need to be. If you can hang in the neighborhood all day, you can hang at this temporary service until they got a job to send your ass out on."
Oh Lord, have mercy, Jesus.
She back and forward all day. Every time he called, girl, you gotta be crazy.
Gas too high for that.
Well, baby, she sure doing it. He say he hungry. She bringing a sandwich.
Lord have mercy. They probably got more food in their refrigerator than I do.
Baby, I don't know. She got to sell half for the stuff to keep the lights on.
They said everybody in the bushes need to take note. I'm telling you, I'm sure,
Some they sure do take notes, baby. But yeah, Chris, damn, my phone died.
They said she's extra hip. Venice, they said you extra hip. I think she said her phone died. It ain't knocked it down yet, though. She probably got to get a charger or something. Y'all, make sure y'all run the likes up. It's 90 people in here. We should have 90 likes. Let's see, y'all. 54% says that they feel like he should be executed, and 46% says no. Y'all run them likes up. Okay. Keep running them likes up, y'all. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Hit the like button. Okay. Yeah, I think her phone died. But anyways, like I said, her cousins and them, like I said, Venice's family lived in all of the downtown projects. I think it was Lamont Owens. It was Foots Homes, Fowler Homes, and it was another one. I forget which one her grandma lived in. Hey, TB21. But I think around that time, especially with LMG, I forget who it was that Vanessa said they was at war with, but they was at war with another gang around that time too. So it ain't no telling. Like when people, when they decide that they want you to go, they knew he was inside of that club. They probably had been stalking them for a few days, and they waited. Maybe they waited for a time. How they know he was gonna be alone that day? They might have had just been watching them, and that just so happened to be the day that he was alone. But I think they said somebody was waiting outside, might have been waiting. I don't know. They said two people came out and shot him or something like that. So me personally, I the police could have did it, but it was a war going on, and he was a gang leader. So I think what they wanted to do was it was more than likely him that they feared. Okay, so they wanted to cut the head. So to try to dismantle, they want to take down the power. So, but anyways, who knows? Who knows? They said it's weird how like radio silent people have been, like even the dudes that were around him, they didn't try to keep anything going, they didn't talk about it. But who's to say they didn't know and go and retaliate? That's something that you don't know. So he said you can't tell her anything or run game or finesse her, except the y'all hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. Her phone died. Stop. Anyways, you guys, I will open up the phone lines. You know what? I think I will open up the lines. I found my phone. I think I will open the lines up and let y'all call in. Hold on. For the next 15 minutes. And while we're waiting for this phone to pop on, make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. But you guys, I hope that Tony Carruthers, I do believe that he is guilty. I believe that he should get life in prison. But if there's other evidence and everybody else involved is not going to get the same thing. If Montgomery is out, I think that Carruthers should not be out, but I don't think he should be executed. I don't think he should be executed, especially if there's other evidence. They found fingerprints of unidentified people at the crime scenes. That means that there were definitely other people. A young lady just said that because they did speak about the car that Cello and the Tucker guy was in riding around in. They Montgomery and them took it to Mississippi and burned the car up. But they didn't say nothing about two people was in the car. Lord have mercy. So I wonder who those two people were. Were they the boys that, because they said Cello had that was a friend's car that he was riding around in. Did they kill the boys who owned the car? Hold on. Hold on, you all. I'm gonna get this phone line crank up right quick and let y'all call in. It's been a while since I let y'all call in. What in the entire fuck? Oh, this make me so damn mad. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Give me a moment. I hate when I do that. Hold on, y'all. Hit the like button. Speaking of, hello? Oh, nothing much. Just sitting here on my podcast. I'll call you when I get off. I'll be off in a few minutes. You got something to tell me? Well, I want to hear. You know, I can't wait. I'm gonna put it on mute. Okay, y'all. I'm sorry. When they call me with some tea, and trust me, when he called, he got the tea. Okay. I had to take that. All I could say is ooh hoo hoo. Hold on, y'all. Where is that phone at? I done lost track of what I was doing. Okay, I was getting ready to open the phone lines up. I tell you. Okay. All right, you guys, y'all can call in right quick. Hold on. Let me put the number up. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so let me put the number up. It's a new number, shit, because I don't never use it. And y'all can call in. Okay, you guys, here goes the number. So, y'all, that is the number. You can call in. And talk about this subject. You all, thank you for the cash apps. I had not turned this phone on in about 3 weeks. So I don't get to see my cash apps until I turn it on. I appreciate it. I'm going to hit the hearts for you all that's been sending. I appreciate that. So the phone line is open, you guys. You can call in if y'all want to talk about this subject. Those people were burned alive. That's horrible. Well, she just said the people in the car was. I didn't know. I know that they said they found the Cherokee truck that Cello was in down in Mississippi, and it had been burned up. But maybe sometimes they won't tell everything as it relates to the case. Let me just say this. It's a lot of things that they don't tell, so that when people call in, they will know. If when people call in, that's how they know if they're telling the truth or not, because they'll either put something out in the media that's not true. I get to wondering sometimes, they say that the truck that the vehicle that killed that they was in when they took Juke out was an Explorer. It could have very well been another car. Okay. And if you notice, they didn't speak about any other car, just that car. It could have been a car that was similar, or it could have been a totally different car. But when somebody when people, come forward and they know really what happened, they'll know. That's how they're gonna know if they're telling some truth or not, because of they know they're. The 3 people was buried. Yeah, the 3 people was buried alive in the grave. And that's sad. That's evil. That you it's a lot of sadistic people. Oh, it really is. It's a sad world when you live amongst people that are totally animalistic. And it's so sad that people have looked at TV so much that they find joy. Yeah, that's a cold motherfucker. Yeah, I ain't got no heart. I'm soulless. But when it come time for their soulless ass to go croak out or something, they hey, they be begging for their life. Okay, that's when they find God. But I think it's sad, like, how people just I really think, especially in my city in Memphis, like we are in a real bad state. People always talking about, this and that. Hey, it's woe is me when something happened to them. But they will celebrate just because they like the person, they will celebrate a person that they know did an animalistic thing. I ain't letting up about how I feel about what they did to young Dolph. It ain't nothing right about what Yo Gotti and them did to. I don't give a fuck what kind of good music he put out. They was wrong, and you got to be an old animalistic devil to sit up and big up this man just because you like him. No, what that man did to that dude was wrong. That was a damn human being. And that's the reason why a lot of these people can't catch breaks, because they too damn messed up in the head. And the next thing you know, it's always something happening to me, and this, and that. And I can't catch a break. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Look at how you think. Look at your mindset. You ain't gonna never be able to catch a break. I never understood like how people could try to make wrong right. It ain't nothing right. When you go as far as taking, it ain't nothing gangster about a bitch ass nigga getting jealous of another man to the point where he sent a hit on him. It ain't nothing real about that. A dude like that can't be trusted. And so me personally, I don't believe that Yo Gotti had nothing to do with having his brother taken out, but with the type of mindset that he had, that he was so jealous of young Dolph that he called a hit on him. I believe he is anybody like that is capable of it, because they weak-minded. So I can't support or big up nobody that destroys human life, and especially is consistently destroying the Black community. And Yo Gotti threw a grenade in the city of Memphis, and then he hightail his fuck ass up out of Memphis, okay? But he want to leave his businesses in Memphis to hijack the community, and a community he know is impoverished, and he grew his fuck ass up in. I don't respect him. As a Black woman, I don't respect a picture of him or no bitch like him, okay? And it's a damn shame that I have to get on here and say this, right? Because I got realness and good on the inside of me. I'm human. It ain't no right or wrong. She said this. I wouldn't give two fucks about what nobody say. Don't nobody work in the criminal justice system like I do. So just because you see a YouTube page say, well, the case is closed. How the fuck they know? They don't work downtown. They don't know what is closed. They don't know what is going on in the case. Okay, they don't know. So I mean, it's really totally like messed up. Now I know people thought that I was gonna be mad about Cornelius. I ain't really said nothing about it because I know a lot of people was in their emotions, but you guys, it had to happen like that. It had to. It had to happen like that. Yo Gotti ain't had a motherfucking thing to do with Cornelius getting 20 years. He ain't got that type of power. Okay? He ain't had that type of power. He ain't got nothing to do with that. Cornelius, let the Lord use him in a mighty way. And I'm not mad at him getting 20 years. My heart goes out to young Dolph's family, but I'm not mad. I'm not. You can't work with the government and use Cornelius for 2 years like they did, and he ain't finished. And then give him the same thing that you give straight drop. What other person is going to want to break and work with the government? Okay? I mean, I know it's sad, but that's just the way the cards lay as it relates to that. Okay, so I had already heard, if you go back and look at my videos, I said in the streets of the courts, I'm hearing Cornelius gonna get a sweet deal, but I was hearing about 25. He ended up getting 20 with time served, and he 15. And it, and it might, I ain't trying to upset no people, but I ain't trying to upset nobody, because what Cornelius did, he has to pay for what he did. But I mean, he ain't holding back. And it might be less than 15 at some point. So you know, I just don't talk about it. Okay, because I just don't. Okay. It's all spiritual, Miss T, so I don't pick sides and beef. The battle is not flesh and blood. Well, it is, but people got to learn not to let the devil use them. People got to learn not to let the devil use them. And this group of people allowed the devil to use them because of their jealousy, and they took a man out. Young Dolph should not be in his grave. Okay. And what I can't get is I get the opportunity to see in modern day what happened in the Bible day. How people, you got some people that have put Yo Gotti up like they did Baal. You got folks that still comparing Young Dolph and Yo Gotti's music. Young Dolph is resting in his grave because Yo Gotti decided that he was gonna play God. But you got people, ain't nothing gonna happen to Gotti because Gotti God, he my God. You know, they can put Gotti in a God place. Fuck, you know, they saying F the real God. Gotti is my God. Okay, so they put him like the children of Israel did. They went around worshiping Baal, and God punished them for that. He kept them in the wilderness for 40 years, and there ain't nothing different because you got a lot of motherfuckers walking around in the wilderness because they refuse to put their eyes on the real God, and they looking at man for everything. Okay, so it really ain't no difference. It's just modern day. Okay. Every man has to reap what they sow. That man is going to reap what he sowed for what he did to that man. It ain't nowhere around. Yo, God to God. He ain't going to reap what he sowed. He the real God. You got some people that think like that. And I promise you, like, I stay away from that now because I already know what I know. Okay. You listen to Orange Man Quack. He tell you that that's who they wanted because that's who they had been wanting. Okay. But folks want to prove me wrong so bad. Bitch, I'm the champ. You can't prove me wrong because I know what I know. You can't get the type of information that I got. I just had a motherfucker that's high rank up just call me just then. Y'all heard me trying to get out the phone. I don't go to the beat. I don't go to the T. It comes to me. You heard him say, oh, baby girl, I got something to tell you. I put y'all on mute. And he high up in rank. You bitches don't get the information I get. I'm in the street. I don't care. The streets come to my channel because they want to know what I know. Okay? And so it's a shame. And that's why I'm just kind of moving on away from it. I'm going to make you thirsty motherfuckers dehydrate. Okay? I'm going to make you thirsty motherfuckers dehydrate. Okay? And so I just kind of move away from that. Because I got my school and stuff going on. I have to keep my mind on my books. And it ain't even about me going backwards and forwards. Okay? They look for one thing. She said and it was or. Bitch, you still don't know what I know. When you get through trying to discredit, well, Yo God ain't in jail. Nothing she said came true. Bitch, you wouldn't know nothing if I hadn't got on here and dropped it. A lot of it. Okay? So I think it's a darn shame when you have people that, I mean, they put that dude is their God. And that's why they can't win. I guess for me, I'm bold enough to speak truth. When it's all said, now you riding Dolph dick because you said that they didn't have no right to kill him. Yo, God, he had a right to kill him. Sound like a bunch of damn country bumpkins that come up out the damn come up out of a fucking swamp or something that ain't never had shit. A bunch of dust rats. And it's very embarrassing to me because I be trying to defend my city. And I'm a woman and I be trying to defend it. You see these men get on here and they don't try to defend it when it comes to no other man. But I'll go after her because she the woman. And that's why I put the police on them bitches. Bitch, ho, I'm going to put the police on your ass, bitch. You come fucking with me because you scared of men. But it's a darn shame that I have to stand up for my city because these damn men ain't shit. They'll go on other platforms and all of that and let folks talk about Memphis. And they should because these motherfuckers is sick. Okay? Constantly trying to justify what they did to that man. Still got him competing with Gotti in his death. That's how intimidated they was by him. And even still, he got more in death than Gotti got right now because he owned by the Jews. Okay? They don't give him them big credit lines for nothing. He sold his motherfucking soul. And Young Dolph has ascended to another dimension. Okay? So now I listen. I know it's a sensitive subject. What's up, Hitter? I know it's a sensitive subject. When people say, well, I don't think it's right. Cornelius got 20. My heart goes out to Young Dolph family. I hate this happened to Young Dolph. It never should have happened. Lord knows I've been riding for that family as it relates to, because I stand for what's right. And that family didn't do nothing wrong. And there ain't nothing wrong with them wanting justice, but it had to happen this way. Sometimes you have to lose a little bit on the front end so you can get everything on the back end. It just had to happen this way. Cornelius I'm not giving him no excuses. He was intoxicated. He was a drug addict. They used him up. And folks said, well, he just mad because he didn't get his money. I think if he had got the money, because they paid for the lawyer, he still would have talked. I think God had to deal with his heart once as Hilda say, dried out. And it wouldn't have been right to give him 50 years after he told them all that he told them. And it ain't got a damn thing to do with him just getting on the stand testifying. If you think that is something wrong with you, that's what go on with a lot of these folks. They claim they street folks, and they gave him that because he testified. They don't even know how shit for work. If y'all believe that Cornelius got a deal that sweet just because he got on the stand, then you really ain't street. Okay? He said he who talks first walks first. Who is BP? Okay. Well, he talked first. And he definitely, I don't think he's gonna do 15, but I ain't gonna talk about that. But we're gonna keep Young Dolph family in our prayers. They are truly the victims. They are the victims of this situation. This young man was taken out for nothing. And we're gonna also keep Cornelius' family in our prayers too. We need for Cornelius to constantly let the Lord use him. So we're not going to send out no bad energy towards Cornelius. What he did was wrong. God got to deal with him on that. But then I think about how God took Saul. Okay. I talk about that all the time. He went from a killer to a prophet. All right. I don't believe that when Cornelius get out, I don't believe that he'll go kill nobody else. If Straight Drop got out, he would. Okay. Anyways, we ain't gonna talk about that. We was talking about Tony Carruthers, and we was talking about Gtrain and Mark Fuhrman. They kicked the bucket. Okay. Yeah, everything works out for the good of those that loves the Lord, and it's called according to His purpose. And so, like I said, you know, I can't get on here, and I'm not mad about Cornelius getting 20 years. My heart goes out to Mia J, and she's right. 20 years would never be enough because young Dolph can never come back. But it had to happen this way. I know people don't understand it, but it just had to happen this way. It had to happen this way. It had to happen this way. Okay. Well, Big Pressure, that's a good thing, studying the word. That's a good thing. And I guess I just can't get past, like, it shows me how cruel the world is when people can try and justify a man paying for a hit on a father, a son, a husband, an artist, a man who had a full life, a man who had the money to have somebody to knock him down, but he didn't do it. And people try to justify it. That's putting Yo Gotti in a God-like position, and that motherfucker ain't God. And I think that's what is wrong with our community. We like to take Baal and lift him up, and God whooped the children of Israel ass. And that's what's going on in our community, because we quick to try to lift up a celebrity and make him God-like. Right or wrong? And that dude was dead wrong. He was dead wrong. Don't y'all know I was a fan of Yo Gotti's? I didn't know nothing about no Young Dolph. Young Dolph wasn't even my era. I was a Yo Gotti fan. And so when people say, well, you hating on Yo Gotti, I don't hate on nobody. I got everything I want 3 times. And if I ain't got it, I ain't made up my mind that I want it. Because I'm a motherfucking winner. I can go get it. So I don't have to hate on nobody. I don't have to go into to rooms in privé and plot on nobody's life. Because I'm a winner. I know how to get it just like the next person do. I run my own race. I don't look in nobody else's lane to see what they doing. I run my own race. Yo Gotti was successful. He's talented. So why didn't he just stay in his lane and run his race and leave Young Dolph alone? Hell, if he had not been doing what he was doing to him in the background, he wouldn't have had no music to put out on him. But the people in my community, especially in the Memphis community, in the Black community, that's the reason why the politics like it is. The people messed up. It is something in the atmosphere where the people is totally messed up. I don't go back and forwards with nobody. I'm never gonna go back and forwards with nobody about Yo Gotti and Young Dolph. I'm never gonna do it. I get on my show and I pop my collar and I say what I feel as it relates to this. But I'm not gonna go back and forth with nobody else on their show. And if they looking at my show and they feel like they need to have a rebuttal, motherfucker, you out of line. This my shit. So now you're trying to control me. That's the same spirit that had Young Dolph put in the grave. And that's why I put the police on, because I know these bitches get to looking at this shit. And if anything, I say they feel like they need to correct me or have a rebuttal, they dangerous. Because you ain't got no business having that much stock in what nobody else say as it relates to how they feel. That's why they killed Young Dolph. They didn't feel like he was supposed to say what he felt. He was supposed to do what Yo Gotti said do. And when you have that spirit towards me, bitch, I'm going to put the police on you, hoe. Because I know these motherfuckers ain't got nothing and they'll do anything. Okay. I wish, and I ain't no violent person. But I really wish if Young Dolph, if he wasn't going to put the police on him, he should have hit back at him. Because they was trying to kill him for too long. I've never in my life seen nothing like this before. Well, then Yo Gotti ain't gonna go to jail. He God. He God. He had a right to kill Young Dolph. He my God. Well, you stay down on your knees and eat as much of this shit as you can push back. But he ain't my damn God. And that nigga gonna pay for what he did. And I'm just waiting for somebody to say, Yo God ain't gonna pay because he bigger than God. That's how messed up and impoverished mind these Negroes is on here. That's the next thing. Yo God and my God. Well, brother, he ain't mine. And I'll say it until I'm already chocolate. So until I'm purple in the face. He was wrong. I don't care how good his songs are, how he was your favorite artist. He ain't got no character. That nigga is a murderer. And if he'll kill a man for words, he ain't to be trusted. He'll do anything. Okay? I don't have, my kids are grown now. But I think we have a responsibility to our community not to prop these people up and reward them with making them millionaires and buying their shit and supporting them when they sending destruction to our community. And he sent destruction to his own community, which is the Memphis community. Look how many people died behind it. You know, I grew up in the hood until I was 12, but I just didn't know how messed up people are. Okay. I guess you stay in that long, you dehumanized. You're not human no more. You grow up, just because you grow up in the hood your whole life, that means you are animalistic now. It wasn't nothing right about what they did to him. But I can't make a motherfucker be human that ain't. But I'm a human being. And I bleed red and I serve a God. And it ain't man. Your God ain't up high enough for me. He walking around on this damn dirt like I am every day. He couldn't be my God. We breathe the same air, walk on the same damn dirt and concrete. No, he can't be my God. He ain't up high enough. So that means the same laws that we go by, that motherfucker gonna go by too. He gonna reap what he sow. Because if somebody pop him and his ass fall down, that big head hit the ground, that means he a human being. And he go by the same damn laws. So he ain't got the power to call no hit. He about to spend all this money now trying to pay everybody off because he don't want to go to the jail. But when these next motherfucking indictments hit, that motherfucker better be scared because people gonna be hauling ass. The same ones that's sitting around here hollering about ain't nobody gonna get yo. Folks don't want that death penalty. I'm telling you that now. Ken, don't come here trolling me because I saw what you posted on Cypress channel. And who is they? Are you talking about another Bossip? How Bossip? No. Don't come in here trolling me so you can go back to another channel and say I went in there and said that on her channel. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. Because you'll make me mad because I already saw what you posted. So don't come telling me nothing Bossip said. Bossip don't know nothing about what go on in Memphis. Okay. I think people want it to be a battle. Yo Gotti gonna pay one way or the other. And that's what I mean. That's that energy about, well, you know, the case closed. Ain't nothing gonna happen to Yo Gotti because you know Yo Gotti God. And so, you know, even if he had Dolph killed, even though they know he had him killed. Now you can say you don't have to do that. Ken, you don't have to do that. You can come in here and talk. But that's what I'm saying. That's the energy that is put out. Yo Gotti got to reap what he sowed. One way or the other. He gonna pay for what he did to that boy. Young Dolph was a damn human being, not a toy. That was a human. And it ain't nothing right about what they did to that brother as black men. The way people complain and the way black men complain about, they feel like their lives don't mean nothing. They gunning, the police gunning us down in the street and they getting away with it. What? Young Dolph is another black brother. It doesn't make it right that just because another artist did it. It ain't right if a police do it to you, just like it ain't right if a Yo Gotti decide I want him dead and he do it to him. It ain't nothing right about it. That's still another black man. I would feel the same way if it happened to Cypress. I would feel the same way if it happened to you, Ken. I would feel the same way if it had happened that way to Yo Gotti. I would feel the same way, whether it was a police officer or another black man. It's worse when it's another black man. At least when some of these racist police officers, you know where they coming from. But another black man that was just as successful, it's okay for him to take him down just because he want to get rid of his competition. I mean, well, technically, if you think about it, they ain't really saying nothing wrong. Straight Drop has been sentenced. His case is closed. Cornelius has, I mean, he has pleaded out. Technically, his case is closed. Hernandez Govan was found not guilty. So, I mean, Hagerman is not saying anything wrong. Hagerman prosecuted Cornelius' case, and Hagerman prosecuted Straight Drop's case. As far as he's concerned, those cases that he prosecuted, I mean, they are closed. Okay. I mean, if you listen to Hagerman when Straight Drop went to trial, in the beginning of the case, when Hagerman says that he talked to Straight Drop's attorney and they agreed not to talk about other cases that was directly that he was involved in that was directly related to that case. But I mean, technically, I mean, they ain't saying nothing wrong because that's all they know. So technically, they're not saying anything wrong. But I think I get frustrated when I see people celebrating a man knowing that he did this to another black man. But we're going to celebrate him because we feel like he did it and he going to be able to get away with it. I ain't got no issues with Cornbread getting 15 years or 10 years or however it's going to end up being. What he did was, listen, Lord knows what he did was wrong, and he got to pay for it. But all that time that they shaving off, it's necessary. You cannot give him what you giving the others. You can't do that. You can't do that. They just can't do it. If they ever want anybody to work with them, and he has worked with them for over 2 years, it had to happen this way. Sometimes you got to give something. You got to get a little bit to get the rest of everything. That's just how it works. It might not be right, but that's just how it works. And I would have rather it be him than Straight Drop. I would have rather it be him than Straight Drop. Because in the end, he gonna talk. Trust me, in the end, he gonna talk. Because he's not gonna want the death penalty. Oh. It is. That's true, Ken. It is. It really is. It really is. I'm not saying that it's right, but that's just kind of how it works. I would rather it had been him than any of the rest of them. Because out of all of them, I believe he's the less. I believe he was out there in the street. But if you listen to some of the character witnesses of Cornelius was, when he got on that stuff, that's when he started doing all of this. When he got on them pills, sometimes when them chemicals interact with a person's brain, he was desperate. It's messed up that he would go and kill a man on his daughter's birthday to buy his daughter a birthday cake. That's messed up. But you got to think, somebody say that Cornelius was so messed up in the head, he thought when they gave him $40,000, he was going to be able to buy a house. That's how you know he was mentally messed up. Quet wasn't mentally messed up. They coherently went into and did that to that boy for greed. That's evil. That's sadistic. Jealousy and greed. I mean, but that too, Ken. I mean, folks been doing it. I mean, Alpo did it. And there's been a whole lot of other ones to do it. Cornelius wasn't the first one to do it. Sometimes you know the police can't be everywhere and at all times. So I mean sometimes you have to just dance. You got to dance with the devil a little bit if you want to solve a case. And I mean, if you know you was involved in something and you was there and you didn't do shit, you need to open your damn mouth up. Don't give the one that did do everything the opportunity to talk first. That's what it says to me. Or else your ass gonna be doing life. So you need to do what's right. That's how I feel about it. No, you can't. You can't buy no house for $40,000 in Memphis. Not unless you go buy a boarded up house that's gutted out, Ken, and it is a damn brick or wood. No, you can't buy no house for $40,000, Ken. What the hell going on here? He says, and I'm sorry I fussed at you, Ken. I thought you was trolling me. And you know, I was already caught up in my emotions. So if I fussed at you a little bit, I apologize. You a man, you could take it. Your feelings ain't hurt. If one of my exes on here, they probably gonna be mad at me. You always talking about men don't get their feelings hurt. Ken a big boy, he could take it. He know I be fussing all the time. Ken Trender says, will the cookie shop owner be charged with anything? The cookie shop owner didn't do nothing. The cookie shop people didn't do anything. They didn't do nothing. I know people want the cookie shop to be involved, but it just they weren't. They weren't. They was on their way over to they were on their way over to Westwood, according to Cornelius. And I think that's another reason why they got Cornelius. I'm sure Cornelius has had the opportunity to sit in jail and think about that. You know, if they had gone over there to Westwood, you know, it was other people out there, innocent folks was gonna get hit. Older people out there getting turkeys and children. I mean, you know, so no, Cornelius is not innocent because he was on his way over there to do that. But they used him because them dudes was gonna shoot back at them. Straight Drop knew he wanted Cornelius to go and fire that weapon up in Westwood because he knew that they was probably gonna kill him. So they put Cornelius up to do it because they felt like he was a junkie and he'd be the one to lose his life. Well, have you gone up in there and supported them, Ken? Have you gone in there and bought some cookies? They got some good cookies. He said a little rinky dinks. You need to go in there and support them. You have to support Black businesses. Dub JJ says it's too many goons in Westwood. Yeah, it was a lot of them. That's the reason why they had Cornelius, because they knew them boys was gonna end. They was gonna shoot back at them in Westwood. They was gonna, Cornelius been hanging out the car with that gun. They was gonna shoot him. They was gonna kill him too. He was gonna shoot some innocent people, and he was gonna get shot too. I get to wondering who was, well, I ain't gonna say nothing about that. Stop, shit, hell. Now it's 51% that's saying that they don't think that Tony should be executed. Oh, I ain't gonna tell no stories. I went over there and I tried the 2 lemons and I got me a lemon and a strawberry, and they are very good. They are cakey like. They're very good. The lemon and the strawberry. The lemon and the strawberries are very good. So oh my God, Ken. Ken said them cookie folks had something to do with it. Them folks ain't had nothing to do with that. Oh my God. Lord have mercy. He said corn dog punishment should have just didn't know the whole play. He was just a stepper. Get in, let's go and slide. Yeah. He says, I don't without the DNA test. Yeah, I think that they should, like, all of the evidence that they had, because they had already, and this was when they went to trial back in the 90s. They had discovered a fingerprint that did not belong to Carruthers or Jonathan or Tony, which means that there were other people there. So yeah, if Montgomery is going to be out walking around, then I think they should just give James life in prison. I think they should just give him life in prison and not kill him. Now the young man's the 17-year-old boy that they killed, his dad wants for Carruthers to be executed. And hey, that's a father. So I'm not mad at him or anything because of how he feels. But if one man confessed to it and he is out because he was able to get an appeal on a technicality, and then he turned around and plead out, when he confessed to the murders and took a second degree and said that Carruthers was not with him, that it was somebody named Fisheye that was with him. But the thing about it is they were never able to identify Fisheye. He said, I like the regular butter cookies. My son ate the strawberry cookies till he got sick. The strawberry cookie is good. The lemon cookie. And my favorite is the butter. I love the butter cookies, but the strawberry and the lemon cookies are really good. They are cake-like. They are so good. When I be passing by Airways, I cannot look over there because I'm like, Lord, if I look over there, I'm going in there and get me a damn butter cookie. She said fisheye should be easy to find. I'm trying to figure out how he didn't know. He's claiming he didn't know fisheye real name, right? Fisheye dead. Oh, so that's why he told on him, because fisheye dead. Well, that's why, I guess that's why they didn't believe him. They said that they didn't believe him, but somebody fingerprint that was not that was on the scene that was not any of their fingerprint. I'm gonna go in that cookie shop and ask for 2 lemon and 2 strawberry cookies. Probably gonna look like you gonna like them too. You is gonna like them. You'll like them. I love those cookies. I'm gonna say that right now. But the butter cookies are the best because they remind me of the butter cookies that they used to cook at school. They like the school cookies. But I'm telling you, the lemon and the strawberry are so good. And I'm trying to think which one I like better. The lemon or the strawberry. It tastes like a lemon cake and a strawberry cake. That's how they taste. So the truth, did you know who he was talking about? The truth said fisheye dead. So did you know who he was talking about when he said fisheye? Because they said they couldn't identify no fish eyes. The cookies look good, but I just don't trust them because of the Jeremiah Taylor interview. Looked like a setup. Not saying it was, just doesn't seem right. Yeah. I don't think that they had anything to do with what happened to Jeremiah. I tell you. You know, they tried to put in the beginning, I think people was trying to say that Teasy killed Jeremiah. But I don't think that Teasy killed Jeremiah. I think that's what they was trying to put it on Teasy and said that Teasy was the one that killed Jeremiah. But I don't believe that Teasy was the one that killed him. One of them Truly boys killed him. And it's funny because I ain't got nothing to say about that. I don't know if it was the Truly either. I don't know who it was. Y'all got the baker's dozen. He said he knew who Fisheye was supposed to be. So was Fisheye already? So Fisheye must have already been dead when Jeremiah told. I mean, oh Lord, now I got Jeremiah at the top of my brain. Fisheye must have been already dead when James Montgomery told on him, or said that it was Fisheye that was with him. So Fisheye must have already been dead. So Fisheye died after he told him? After he told on him? one of the captains that worked in the jail was telling me about when James Montgomery was in 201 Poplar. She says that stop. She says that they always knew when he was in a cell, had been in a cell, because he always had on a real good smelling cologne, and it lingered everywhere he went. So he always had they always knew what cell he had went in because the scent of his cologne would linger. Be quiet. And she said that the other inmates was so scared of him, he always made them keep the cells immaculate, like he was a clean freak. And she said he made them keep those cells immaculate. So Fisheye died after he got out. Okay. He said, "Quit giving us hints. Quit." I don't think Quit has ever typed in my chat. He probably be in the bushes, but I don't think he ever came up in here. If he have, it's been up under another name. It said Jeremiah Taylor was killed by Newski, the early morning car flipper. Is that what he called himself? The early morning car flipper? I don't think that he was killed by Newski, because Newski was killed in January of 2022. Jeremiah was killed in about March of 2022. So Newski was already dead when Jeremiah had already been killed when Jeremiah was killed. Yeah. So I don't think it was Newski. I think it's just like the police said. It was them Truly guys that did it. And it's probably, I don't know who did it. Sapper says, I hope I didn't die because he got out. It's funny because the police must have been knowing who took out Jeremiah, because they were supposed to make an arrest early last year, when get an indictment. Maybe the DA. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? All I got to say is I just feel like they took their brother out for no reason at all. That was just too much. Like, what did you accomplish by taking out Jeremiah? All he was doing was cleaning up a mural. They wanted to, whoever it was, wanted to exert their power that bad, and that's the reason why their ass is gonna get flipped. Okay, the Fed's gonna flip them, because they wanted to exert that much fear that they just went crazy, just because they thought that they had people with money that had their backs, and they just went crazy. They killed that boy for nothing. So you want to prove that we run in the streets? We told you to stop going over there cleaning up their mural, and you wouldn't do it. So you're going to do what I say do. That's the reason Dolph died, because he didn't do what God had said do. and they all run together. They got that same type of witchcrafty spirit. And that's why they're going to get flipped. And I don't feel sorry for no young dudes like that. That's just plain stupidity. First thing folks start hollering about, well, the white man this. I mean, they put themselves in these positions for the white folks to take their lives and make them slaves in the penal system. So what did they accomplish by going out there that morning? What and killing that boy like that? What? Nothing. An indictment sooner or later. Jeremiah didn't have anything to do with anything. It was just a matter of, we said we run this, we killed Dolph, we own Dolph life, and we said that you gonna stop bringing attention to him. That's how stupid they are. Ratchet is in jail? Ratchet TV in jail? For what? Oh, Lord Jesus. He said, long story. She said, Yo Gotti do not do anything for Memphis, his own city. Dolph took care of his city. Love the city. Domestic, Lord, I tell you. Lord, I tell you. Oh, Lord, Cypress. Listen, if you set up businesses in a community, you looking for the community that you put your businesses in to support your businesses. So you have a responsibility to the community that helps to make you rich. Holding someone against their will and preventing. Oh my God. So they may have him for kidnapping charges. They probably have him for kidnapping, Lord. Lord have mercy. Y'all ain't gonna even tell no stories. I ordered all of that. Um, but yes, he do, Cypress. I mean, that's the way it works. If you look for your community to support you, you have to put back into the community that helps to make you and your family wealthy. I mean, it's just not. I think that's what our community don't get. White people do it, other communities do it. They understand that they have to give back to the people that help to keep them rich. And it takes nothing to give back. Yes, you do. You have a responsibility to the people that have to make you rich. That's what Black people don't get. We want to keep everything for ourselves and go spend it in other communities instead of putting back in your very own community. That's what you have to do. That's what our people need to do. Whew. Hey, M. Rose. I just thought about the truth came up in here. The truth don't never come up into my chat. Yeah, here go. He finally came in here tonight because his show don't come up in here no more. Look, y'all. Now Gtrain look just like CEO Bobby right here. That's him right there. He looked just like CEO Bobby, don't it? That's him right there. He looked just like CEO Bobby. He was tall too. At any rate, y'all. Okay, thank you, Cinematic Ken. He said, Miss T, let me put this up here because Cinematic Ken, I ain't never seen Cinematic Ken say nothing nice about me. He said, Miss T, I just want to say we appreciate all the hard work you put in. Continue to inspire your listeners and the city. Thank you, darling. I mean, that's got me teary eyed because I really thought Cinematic Ken didn't like me. Honestly, because he used to always seem like he used to always troll me. And Rose says, I see Jay-Z sent Hogatti bottles for his birthday. Who his scary ass drinking those bottles with? It seemed like to me the only people he trusts now to be around is his family. Because somebody posted that he was around for his birthday. He was around his family for his birthday. Hey, Stanley. Oh, God. Ken said he a Gemini. I'm gonna tell you something. Oh, Lord. I'm telling bipolar. That's all I can say. Bipolar. Geminis are bipolar. I mean, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but Leos are the best signs. I mean, especially Leo women. Y'all see how fiery we are, and then that's how lions are. We be roaring, and then they'll go lay down. Oh, you got a birthday coming up. You a May Gemini. My mother is a May Gemini. My grandmother is a June Gemini. And Rose says she a Libra. He was born in 82. So what, you'll be 44? She said, I'm a Gemini too. I'm not bipolar, but I have two sides to 6. Okay. 6 is one of my favorite numbers. 6, 7, 8, and 33. 10 is becoming my 6, 7, 8, 33, 11. 11 is one of my favorite numbers too. He said my son's birthday. He's born right at the end of May. My mama was born at the end of May. My mother so mild mannered. She'll be sitting up quiet, and she'll be, oh Lord Jesus. I think she be a little bipolar too. She'll be sitting up quiet, and then she'll get to talking about something, and then she'll get emotional. I go, oh Lord. Miss T, I'd like to thank you for your hard work you do to innovate 4, 8, and 12 letter cuss words. Y'all make sure y'all get on my prayer line. Did y'all go to Oxygen TV to see the show that I was in? I got some good news. As a matter of fact, since we're talking about that, the Oxygen producer confirmed the date. They're going to be back today. As a matter of fact, she reached out to me today and confirmed the day they're coming back for another episode, I believe for another show that they want me to be in on Oxygen because they're coming back to Memphis. Kroger says, I have a split personality, never know which one you will get. Are you a Gemini? Um, Oh Lord, he said he a Gemini. I have a lot of Geminis to be in my chat. I think I have more Geminis to come through my chat than any other zodiac sign. I don't even have a lot of Leos. I think I have had like a couple Leos to come up in here. You know, they try to say with Leos, they try to say we're bossy and feisty and all of that, but that's not true. I'm a real chill person. Oh Lord, Ken said Geminis are very intellectual. Okay, Jonathan is an Aquarius. I think that I've like talked to more Libras. For some reason, like the guys I've dated, a lot of them have been Libras. Thank you, the Black Barbie. Oh Lord, Tierney says Geminis are good love makers. I guess I never know because I don't fool with no Geminis. Period. Every Gemini that every Gemini that I've known has been bipolar. He said the Lord put them here to speak truth. You know what? I think with a Leo, I was reading that the only sign that is compatible with a Leo really is another Leo. We only compatible with each other. Let's see. Compatible signs with Leos. Oh, it says an Aries, a fire. So we're compatible with air and fire sign. Oh Lord, they said Gemini. I know damn well ain't no Gemini compatible with me. It says Aries is an unstoppable, passionate, and energetic pair. Both signs love to take charge, share a fierce sense of loyalty, and will push each other to chase their goals. A Sagittarius, a joyful adventure filled with connections. Sagittarians give Leo the freedom they crave while matching their zest for life and love for the spotlight. A Gemini, fun-loving, mentally stimulated match. Gemini is keeping things light and are quick to dish out the praise and compliments the Leo woman loves to receive. And a Libra, oh Lord, I know damn well ain't no Libra, because ain't now Libra I ever had ever been right. A well-balanced, dynamic Libra's big charm and balance, while Leo adds a warmth and deep passion. I thought they said that we were only compatible with other Leos. They changed it? Because I know none of those signs I'm compatible with. I've never dated the Aries, I've never dated a Sagittarius, and I've never dated a Gemini. He said he get along with the Libras in October. Lord. Stanley says, shout out to the Libras. 420. So what is 420? Is that a Taurus? Is that a Taurus or Aries? Okay, September are Libras too. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy, Cancer. Oh Lord. A September Aries. Yeah, Tauruses are bullheaded. And they said Aries are too. It says Leo women are theatrical, sensitive and theatrical. Now let me ask y'all something. Do you all think that I'm sensitive and theatrical? Do y'all think? I don't think I'm theatrical. I am sensitive. That's why I be fussing a lot, because I'm sensitive. Radiant and confident. That I am. That's true. Fiercely loyal. Absolutely true. I'm very loyal. Sensitive and theatrical. Now, I'm sensitive, but I'm not theatrical. Though they project a strong exterior, they are deeply emotional and view the world as their stage. They require genuine appreciation and can be hurt if their dignity is wounded. It says what they need. It says, so what Leo women need They want to be treated like royalty and demand a partner who can match their enthusiasm. I don't want a partner that matches that enthusiasm, because I could never be with a man that competes with me. I think that's what's going on now. These men be wanting to compete with women. It says best matches, they often align best with fire signs like Sagittarius, Aries and Sagittarius, on air signs, Gemini. No, I'm good on that. Oh, I don't know if I want to date another Leo. Leo men are very controlling. They are good people though. They are really good people. They got good hearts, but they controlling. I think men should spoil women and just kind of let them have their way. And I can't have no man that be dead set on, I'm not gonna let you get away with that. I don't want to be in a relationship with you. You always trying to make sure you don't let me get away with nothing. I ain't got time for no mess like that. Women don't be want to compete with no men. Ken, why you say that? Why you say women want, what makes you think women do not be want to compete with men? I'm gonna tell y'all something. This is what men don't understand. That if they make it easy for a woman to stay in her feminine, most women want for men to take control. The problem is men we don't trust you all enough to do it, because the patterns are not right. Of course, if you're married to a person. We'll be together forever. He said, y'all want it equal. Oh, Lord. I think men kind of took that out of context. Like, women wanted to be treated equally. Women wanted to vote. They wanted to be able to tell their husbands no when they didn't want to have sex. They wanted to be able to, they didn't want it to be, they wanted their rights as it relates to, because their husbands used to be able to beat on them when they wanted to. So women wanted their rights. Be quiet. No, but that's why women wanted equality. Women wanted to be treated as equal. They wanted to be treated as humans. Like, women didn't have rights back in the day. Women didn't have rights back in the day. So I think people took it out of context. They was we're human, just like men are. But I'm gonna tell you something. As strong as my personality is, like, I would love for a man to be a leader, but he gonna have to be the full leader. I never understood how a man feel like he gonna be the head, but he want to pay half of the bills. That's not gonna work out. He said women want to buy. What's culottes? Oh, women want to wear culottes and all. It's too darn late for these damn dogs to be sitting up fighting. He said it's supposed to be a family, not gender roles. Y'all women gotta make it make sense. So let me ask you something, Ken. So Ken, do you feel like the man is the head of the household? Do you feel, Ken, do you feel like the man is the head of the household? I'm just asking. I got leggings like Govan had on the interview. What the truth there? Speaking of leggings, I gotta ask Truth the question. The Truth, are you still up in here? Stanley, are you up in here? I gotta ask them two a question. Cinematic Ken says some days I wash the dishes and cook. Some days you do it. Some days I do laundry. Some days you do it. Well, no, I'm gonna do laundry all days because I don't trust no man. It's a certain way I wash clothes. So you won't have to wash laundry. Yeah, as women, we do a lot. Okay, I'll see you then. Women should not rap. Y'all need to be making chicken and dumplings. Speaking of chicken and dumplings, I'm gonna tell my mama to fix me some chicken and dumplings. I don't be wanting to make them. Stanley says a man can only be the head and lead when he accepts the responsibility of not being a liability but an asset. Oh my freaking God, that is so awesome. That is so true. Ken, you never did answer my question. Ken, do you believe that men are the head of the household? I just want to know, do you think that? Senator Ken said, I don't believe in a woman preaching, but she can teach, but not preach. Oh my God. Now he going back to the old church. She can minister though. It's a hierarchy like down. But see, you had women preaching in the Bible days. Deborah was a prophetess. Yeah, the chicken and dumpling sound good. I always eat the dumpling. I always like to eat the dumpling out of the pot. And my mama makes a real good. Oh, it'd be spicy. It have a little kick to it. But I want my mom to. I told my mom I want her to fix me some greens this week though. So if she gonna fix the green, she may not fix the dumpling. It's about protecting. Got y'all on the front line now. Hitter says, what Hitter say? It moved up. I know a woman preach named Betty Alford in Mississippi that can outpreach. So I'm telling you, it's a lot of women that can outpreach men. You know, I think that a lot of what the women did, like I gotta find it. It is a book. It's the Bible, but it highlights a lot of what women did in the Bible. And Deborah was a prophetess. So if that was the case, like even in like the what do they call those scriptures that was the book, the books that was thrown out? What was the name of those books? The lost Bible or whatever. Is that what it's called? The Lost Bible. When Paul was traveling in the lost books, he had a lady named Agatha with him. Her name was Agatha. And she was traveling with Paul, ministering to people. I told my mama I want her to make me some greens this week. My mama got the best greens and potato salad. So, but my mama's birthday is coming up. I really hate for her to cook on her birthday, but me and my sister decided, hey, stop. So what we're doing for her, doing for her Mother's Day and for her birthday, we decided that she's coming. She's getting a free trip to Chicago with us, and we're doing something. We did something that's really big for her. So good. Even my grandbaby love those. All right, Ken, I'm getting ready to prove it to you. He said he don't remember one prophet in the Bible being a woman. Okay, all right, that's all right. I'm getting ready to show it to you. I'm getting ready to show it to you. Her name was Deborah, and it was in Judges. It says, according to the book of Judges, Deborah was a prophetess of Judaism. And you could look that up in Deborah was a prophet, and she was a prophetess, and it's in the book of Judges. I'm getting ready to give it to you. Hold on. Go to the book of Judges. Judges 4 and 4. Judges chapter 4, verse 4. Go to Judges 4, chapter 4, verse 4. And it's going to tell you, as a matter of fact, I'm going to pull it up. It says, the Bible states that Deborah was a prophetess in Judges 4 and 4. It says, now, the verse reads, now Deborah, a prophetess, the wife of Lapidoth, was judging Israel at that time. Okay. Now, Deborah was a prophet. The wife of Lapidoth was leading Israel at the time. She held court under the palm of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in the hill country. And the Israelites went up to her to have their disputes decided. She sent for Barak, son of Abinoam, from Kadesh, and said to women were preaching and being judges and stuff in the Bible days. People just wanted to try and minimize what women did. Jesus said, call for the wailing women. My phone ain't break up. I'm gonna see what Jesus said. Go to Judges 4 and 4. You're gonna see it. Jesus said, call for the wailing women. It says, while Jesus comforted weeping women like the daughters of Jerusalem in Luke 23 and 28, the instruction to call for the wailing women was actually given by God through the prophet Jeremiah. Okay. So God told Jeremiah to call for the wailing women. God commanded his people to send for the most skillful wailing women to cry over the destruction of the land and the loss of life. Okay. So that's why I say, as women, we're very powerful. Instead of us getting together, cutting each other down and speaking death, we're supposed to get together and come into agreement to pray for our children and our men and all of that, and ourselves. When we start praying for each other, we impart strength into each other. Instead, you got so many broken women. They broke down. They come from broken homes. They get mad if another woman got life in her because her parents or the people in her village have imparted life and happiness in her. So what they try to do is they see that and they want to attach to that lady to try to drain all of the joy out of her because she's broken. She feel like another woman is supposed to be broken. Help me, somebody. It's time for some folks to get themselves healed. Let's see. It says passages restricting women in leadership. The apostle writes, I do not permit a woman to teach. That's in the New Bible too. Apostle Paul writes, I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. This is frequently interpreted as a restriction on women holding the office of pastor or elder, which inherently involves teaching and spiritual authority over a congregation. It says passages affirming women in ministry is Acts 18. A woman named Priscilla and her husband Aquila are mentioned as church leaders who explain the way to God. Romans 16, 1 and 7 says Paul commends Phoebe as a deacon of the church. Okay, he made Phoebe a deacon of the church. Thank you, Angel Real. So Paul turned around and made Phoebe a deacon of the church, and Priscilla and her husband were pastors of a church, even in the Bible days. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh. Well, I'm going to tell you something. When I was growing up, women were not deacons. And I guess they call them deaconesses now, but you still don't see a lot of women being deacons. You don't see them being deaconesses. They call them, they're mothers of the church or the co-pastor. A lot of men now have their wives to be co-pastors. The only churches that really believe in and don't believe in women should preach are really the Baptist church. They still kind of hold on to that old thing of women shouldn't preach. And a lot of men don't respect women in ministry, and they're wrong. They said Ken just trolling. Ken trying to get the women stirred up. He already know. I bet his face hit the floor when he ain't said nothing about. I bet you he went and looked at Judges and he saw that Deborah was a prophetess. Priscilla was and her husband were pastors, and Phoebe, Paul ordained her as a deaconess. I got a Bible, and it says it talks about it's called African American Women Bible, and it talks about all of the women in the Bible and what they did, and it's still it's like a regular Bible, but it highlights what women did. He says, I know because my aunt says she preacher, but she doesn't dress like one. Lord. Men don't make it easy for women to be feminine anymore. I told you, just us giving life, birthing children is a very powerful thing. A man could never do. That is so true. And men don't even think that's nothing no more. The mere fact that life comes through a woman, she carries a whole nother human being on the inside of her. That's miraculous. That within itself is a miracle. It's absolutely a miracle. It's miraculous. It's beautiful. It's amazing inside of us and bring it into this world. It lives off of our insides and grow on the inside of us, and then we release it after 9 months. That is amazing. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, if a man don't carry a wallet, I don't really mind him having a backpack on his back, but it better not, he can't carry no bag on his shoulder. I don't care how fashionable it is, he can't have no damn purse. I'm sorry, I don't want it. Yeah. Yeah, well, and we already know why he been carrying a purse. Gotta been carrying a purse. He been carrying a purse. Let me see how many people say I think we got 69 votes and 53% says that they don't feel that Tony should be executed. I mean, I really think that they should just let him do life in prison. I don't think they should kill him, especially since one of the men who admitted to killing the people is out. I'm breaking up. That must mean it's time for me to get off. It's 10 o'clock. I need to jump in the shower and light some candles. And I'm gonna drink me some coffee. Sometimes I be having a taste for coffee at night, and I got a taste for coffee, but I be having them nights. I ain't gonna tell no story like tonight. I mean, I loved, like, I'm one of them women. I love to take a shower, and I love to get in the tub. I'm gonna tell y'all, I love taking showers anyways, but I've been getting those bombs that you put in the shower, and then when the water hit it, like I got that spearmint, and it's called, what is it called? Epileptic or something. The scent, I ain't saying it right. And I promise you, it smells so good. that aroma in the shower. I mean, it smells so good. I'm telling you. I'm gonna tell y'all where I be. Y'all made a mistake and knocked myself out. I knocked myself out, but I'm gonna tell y'all where I be getting them from. Yeah, it's called shower steamers. And it smells so freaking good. That that spearmint, like those ones, that lavender, it does something to you, like especially in the morning time when you get in the shower. It does something to your brain, that aroma. And then like at night, like I put a lavender steamer in the shower, and I think it helps me to sleep really good. That lavender going up into my nostrils. When I get out, I just lay right down. And then I spray lavender on my pillow at night too. So that helps me. It ain't him. He just a North Memphis ninja. He a fashion icon. So now people are saying it's 50. Yep, that's what it's called. Cali Sunshine. I can't pronounce it right now. Is it eucalyptic? Go Man liked to wear them shorts, and he had them tights up under it. And it's a guy followed me home one day, and when he got in his car, he had a hoodie on, and he had on them tights. And the reason why I remember is because I have not seen anybody in Memphis walking around with tights up them tights up under their shorts. I believe it was Govan. It happened 2 years ago. I believe it was him. I think about it now. I need to see how he walk. I need to see it in a video showing how Govan walk. Because I remember how the guy walked. He said, Mr. N be having me laughing. Now 51% say he should be executed and 49% says no. I You know what? I really don't believe that Governor Lee is going to budge. I don't think he's going to stop it because simply because uh, the young man family, one of the young men family says that I prize nothing. Okay, so they don't think he gonna do nothing. You know, he believe in kissing Trump butt a lot. Mm-hmm. Empty ways, you guys. Listen, I'm gonna get off of here because I'm ready to take my shower so I can have my nightly cup of coffee and listen to some music. Oh yeah, I got to let you listen. I love this song so much. I be wanting y'all to the songs that just keep me relaxed. The songs that keep me relaxed. Move, girl, move. Yeah, I like listening to those songs that keep me mellowed out. Hold on, yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, y'all. That's the type of music that keep me mellowed out. I promise you. It keeps me mellowed out. I love it so much. And that's what I'm getting ready to get off here, turn my music on and get in the shower. I love to listen to that type of music when I'm in the shower and chill out and have me a glass of coffee or a glass of wine once. It'll put me on to sleep. Anyways, you guys, I love you all. Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. I appreciate you all being, just being like loyal to the channel and coming in and having fun and we're able to be passionate and express how we feel and just move on. I appreciate that so much. I really do. I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody being adults up in this joint. I do. I appreciate that. I know I be getting passionate and stuff a lot, but hey, that's just how I am. I don't be meaning no harm at all. But anyways, I want you all to please like, share, and subscribe. If you want to support the channel, you can hit up the channel via Cash App. We will definitely talk about this. Tony Montgomery is set to be executed on not Tony Montgomery, but James Carruthers. Tony Carruthers is set to be executed on this coming Thursday. And so we will definitely be talking about this Thursday night. Hopefully, I think that they should give him a stay and just give him the death, not the death penalty, but, life in prison. I don't think it's right for one man to be out and they're going to kill him. All because he decided to, they both went to trial. He wasn't able to get an appeal. Montgomery was able to get an appeal. Montgomery says that Carruthers was not with him. So, of course, but that means nothing, him saying that, right? They don't feel like he's credible. So, but still, there were other people there because they found fingerprints of unidentified people. So, yeah. That the crime was very heinous. It was heinous in nature, cruel. But that's something, like I said, that they're gonna have to deal with the God. It's only one God. So they're gonna have to deal with that. But as far as killing him and everybody else that was involved is not getting that, then I don't. And then there's evidence, that they have not brought forward and all of that. So, like I said, I do believe that he was involved. I believe that he should get life, but at this point, I don't know if I think that they should execute him. Not until all of the DNA is brought forward, right? Anyways, you guys, I want you all to have a good night. Y'all be safe. If you got to get out tonight, I pray for safety over each and every one of us and our families. If you got to work tomorrow, I pray for traveling grace for you, for us all and our families. Also, you guys, I make sure you all get on. We get on the prayer line every morning. I should have had that up. It's the Great Awakening prayer line. Go on to my Real Talk with Tamara Facebook page, and I am on there. I got it on there. The number to the praying line. We get on every morning at 7 o'clock a.m. sharp. So if you're getting ready for work and all of that, you can get on the prayer line. And prayer and agreement works. We're on from 7 o'clock a.m. to 7:15 a.m. So a lot of times we get off a few minutes, we pray, we come into agreement, and we believe God to do some things and to turn some things around for us. And it is definitely working for financial breakthroughs, for healing of generational curses, for revelation of all things, for revelation of plots of the enemy, just all things. That's why it's called, I renamed it the Great Awakening Prayer Line, because you can wake up in the morning, going to the throne of grace, petitioning God for all of those things that we know that God is capable of doing, right? And so we come into agreement because God says where 2 or 3 agree, he would be in the midst. So we get on there and we call those things out, and then we come into agreement. And God says when we come into agreement on these things, it's imminent. It has to happen. So I invite you all to come onto the praying line with us and put it into the atmosphere what you would like for us to agree on and believe in God to have it to come to pass, right? Anyways, you guys, I appreciate you all getting on with us tonight. I love you all. Y'all be safe out there. I'll talk to you later.